background when we start this. Yay.
Yeah. We getting ready
We're getting ready. Yeah.
for y'all.
Give them a weird music background.
This I'll definitely get.
He's setting up other things. Yes.
Location.
What is this audio for? Oh, that's cool. All right.
Okay. Then attack. 36.
See if that runs. Da, 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 da. No, stomach, please. I know you're kind of hungry, but please stop. All right, I'm gonna minimize
Okay, see if this works.
here. And then I'm gonna put
Did not work.
Crown of Madness. Aura of Vitality.
Didn't that work as intended?
Is it what you wanted to show up, right?
Well, it's showing up, yes, but it's supposed to show the healing that it's supposed to do.
Yeah,
So
mine doesn't do that correctly either.
So I made it into an attack, so it's supposed
Yeah,
to
see?
work.
Mine does the exact same thing.
So the spell ends.
Weird. Oh well.
Oh.
I at least have it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's there, so don't worry. I have moved icons around on the map, so that way they're kind of back where they were. I actually had to do that in a rush because I forgot to.
Is Micron on the map?
Wait, he's still probably sitting off the map. He was the one I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you actually reminded me. Wait a minute. Where's his icon sitting at? Where would you like him to be set at?
Well, he was over chilling in the lab,
like
so probably back up there.
Was he in the lower left one or the upper one with you two?
I'll move my icon to where he was. He was sitting right here.
Oh, okay. Well, I can move him into...
He can come up into the lab we're currently working on if you want.
Actually, yeah. Actually, I can put him... I'll put him kind of across from you. He's like just sitting there in his microscope mode. Plugged in, analyzing stuff. That's all he's fascinated with doing is analyzing stuff. It's like, oh, what's this do? What's that do? Ooh. And now I've forgotten where I put certain characters at. Oh, I still have, in a sense, I still have the 3 on Phoenix, the triplets. I love it. They just devolved to, they're the triplets. Why can't I grab them? Now I can grab it. Why can't I grab this one? There, now I can grab him. Yay. I'm going to leave him off the map, though, for now. I will put his way over here, out of the way. Am I missing anyone? I didn't delete them, so I know they're all here. I just moved them. I did have to delete one, which was kind of sad. So,
Poor Artemis.
yeah. I was like, it's a cute little snowy owl picture, too. Didn't take me long to find that one because it was really adorable looking. I was like, oh, that's cute. There we go. Ping.
Well,
Everyone
apparently
for this-
PlayStation has basically killed Little Big Planet 3. The servers are offline permanently now.
What? Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeesh.
Wait, who's this?
Because they were being
icon?
taken down temporarily for maintenance, and apparently they've just hit the thing just like, oh no, we're making this indefinitely now.
Is this
Damn.
icon? Oh.
Poor PS4 users.
Oops. Just realized.
Well, I
have
mean,
no
they already
stuff.
have a habit of taking away stuff from their players, so
Here we go.
Yeah.
can't say I'm all that surprised by it.
Okay, there we go. I think I just also had to delete a drone off. I was like, oh, wait a minute. There's one still on the map. I thought I.
No, that's Jerry, man. Leave Jerry alone.
It's what's left of him. That's it. That's what's left of him.
Jerry.
Yes. He's now the
Yeah,
drone that got the crap beat out of him. He's literally,
Not Jerry.
I am here. He's missing a few circuit boards. He just kind of wanders about doing things, picking things up, dropping them randomly in another spot. We don't know why it's there, but it's there. Let's see. There is.
We'll go with there.
Okay. And I need to. How do I turn that off? All right, never mind. I'll deal with lighting crap. I was going to turn it off for now. I'm like, I don't want to mess with that part. You are over there. Is there? Okay. Make sure that is updated. Flip that screen. Well, other than Mercer, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I've
I'm ready
been
to
ready.
create. I'm ready to create things that break your game. Let's go.
So Mercer's ready. Okay, that's.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Promotion. I'm ready.
All right, I'll roll
Promotion.
the B-roll stuff here. You know, add self-promote ourselves here. Anybody catches this? There's the YouTube channel. Yeah. And then there's more links in here, you can find all these jokers who stream. I still need to get yours put in there. Realizing the YouTube side, it's still not there either. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, it's gonna have to be my new one considering
Yeah.
I've lost my old one.
Yeah, so I'll get his in there, but just look for the Potato Lord. You'll find him easily. Then we're gonna switch right over to Roll20. That's as fast as I'm gonna do that and talk about that. I don't want to get into this.
You just want to hurry up and get into this, don't you?
In a way, yes, and in another way, no. Like, so lots of people have died. No,
Lots.
and then
I don't know about the one. Who else died?
Well,
See, a lot of people did die
yeah.
until I said no.
Yeah, he went around and you got lucky because you did it within a certain amount of time. Because I'm like, if you guys had waited, like say after the battle, a lot of them wouldn't have been able to be revived. Because I was just like, They've been down for a while, and your guys.
It's why the
Well,
moment
there's
combat
only
was
one among
over.
us who can raise the dead here,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
Well, I
only.
mean, he's not the only one
Technically two.
anymore.
Yeah.
anymore, yes, but
Technically
in that
three.
moment,
Yeah.
in that moment,
It's why the moment the station was secure, I'm just like, right, everybody get the body so we can just bring them back.
Just bring them
Yeah, because on
back.
top of Bob being able to
Wanna
do it,
play something.
Aegis could also do it, and now I can also do it.
So what I'm hearing is Mercer's trying to make my job redundant, like an asshole.
I wasn't the one that chose Revivify for Aegis.
What about you having it now, man? I see what you mean. You're taking my support role away, you fucking asshole.
Oh, God.
Technically speaking, I always have them. It's more of if I prepare them. So
Imagine
Unity.
needing to prepare.
imagine being locked to very
Oh,
specific
God.
spells.
Imagine not being able to create bullshit items.
Imagine being squishy.
Well, I'm not squishy. That's Gilgamesh.
I know.
I was gonna say now you're gonna pick on him. Oh boy.
if you consider Squishy a 22 AC, sure.
I was gonna say yeah.
Yeah, I am currently the squishiest of our group, as far as I'm aware.
Well, I mean,
And the thing is, I can push it even further than 22 if I really want.
same.
Yeah, I at least have shield.
18,
Okay.
19, 20,
So do
21,
I.
18, 19, 20.
That's why, like, in a pinch, like, I can save myself from most stuff except a crit.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I could upgrade my armor to heavy armor if I wanted to.
26.
Considering I have proficiency in all armor types now.
8.
You guys having fun there, you know.
Oh, absolutely. We're giving you
29.
content for your YouTube channel, man.
Yeah, that's why
And
I'm
your
just
stream.
sitting back
And
and
then
going,
plus
yeah, this is
haste,
funny. I'm
that's
just doing a few things here and there while you're
31.
talking.
So I can actually go up to 31 AC.
You're still pretty far away from the theoretical limit of 51.
Well, that's also because I'm not being married and then doing this. What was it? Ceremony?
Okay,
Mhm.
that allows you to break the theoretical. The theoretical limit is doing your AC as high as possible without exploits.
I mean, technically speaking, I am. 31 is what I'm doing without exploits.
Yeah.
Because
Still far away from the theoretical.
So what's okay? Explain to me. Married? What are you?
so
I'm not
there,
confused.
with ceremony, if you marry someone while ceremony is going on, if they are to be killed, you would not be married, but you would become widowed, which gives you a bonus AC if your dead spouse is next to you, or I think it was like within 30 feet or something.
Yeah, it's like
So
30
if
feet. Basically, you can break it with a bag of holding, the ability to resurrect, and the ability to clone.
so if you just constantly marry like an undead, like someone that's dead, not really over and over again, you have to get multiple bodies. I don't think you can do it the same
Hence
body.
why you need the cloning thing, because when you clone them, they technically become a different individual for ceremony.
Yeah, so the amount of times you marry them increases the amount of AC you would have.
And by
So-
doing this, your theoretical limit of AC would be around 3,000.
This sounds like some necromancer bullshit.
Yeah,
Because it is.
and it's disturbing in my brain. Going what?
Well, it's even more disturbing when you think about it, like because like you have a bag of holding full of just your dead husband or wife, and then
And
whenever
if you are a necromancer, that becomes a WND. Just
And-
turn the bag inside out.
I'm learning something I don't want to learn
And then-
about.
and then if you're facing a boss or like a really tough enemy, you just dump out your husband or wife dead body, and then you're more or less unkillable unless they get a nat 20.
Okay.
Somebody has done a theoretical battle between this and the Tarrasque can't even touch you. Your AC is high enough that you could survive all of its stomachs.
I shouldn't have asked. If I know this is how far it went.
So I mean, at least I'm not
Okay.
doing that.
Dude, I
Yeah,
have
I'm not gonna
like,
allow you
way
to.
more of those game-breaking things in my head, and I'm not doing any of them just for you, Matrix.
Yeah,
Because
my
all
God.
that I'm doing is still within the bounds of it's correct. I'm not doing anything like rule breaking because it's all still feasible.
No.
Because I have Shield of Faith, which although it's concentration, it gives me a bonus to my AC. I got Warding Bond, which isn't concentration, so I can cast that. I got my fucking Defensive Duelist, which makes my proficiency my AC as well. And then there's Aegis.
I can break it further for you if you like.
And then there's also now Dave, who can cast Haste on me and give me 2 more AC. On top of giving me another action.
And the reason why your guy's gonna need it. Jesus.
See, Mercer, you're going to be the reason I'm going to be taking so much fucking hits at this point.
But that's the thing. That's if I do it, because in most scenarios I don't need to if it's if it's not needed, because I am still limited. Like it's more of like the situation more or less calls for it, so I need to go deep in.
Mercer, you are going to be the sole reason I need to increase my AC.
I mean, isn't that normally what people tend to do? Is increase the AC so that way they aren't.
I would like to point out, we are level 12.
13.
13.
Level 13, yeah, I forgot to increase my number. Yeah. I know I forgot there's something in my sheet. There you go, it's increased.
Okay, you guys done disturbing me? Mentally?
For now. For now.
It's disturbing to hear.
I've been just sitting here. I've done
Yeah.
nothing.
I'm referring to those two mostly. I know you've been sitting there quietly. Like,
Again,
I mean, I can
for
assume you
now.
give me a
even
second.
more. I know how to make a device that one-shots anything. And there is no roll.
The peasant cannon.
I mean, the peasant cannon is great, but... Fun fact, I have recruited enough people to make the peasant cannon.
I mean, same. I think we all have. But again, that wouldn't be fun.
I wasn't referring to the peasant cannon.
I know.
Right. Mini torch time. Sorry, I had to go take care of cat litter. Somebody used the litter box and it stinks in here.
Stinky.
Yes, it is. I had to light some incense to kind of after I took care of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys done? Just with all your stuff there. Just to be clear.
For now.
Okay. I'm sitting there walking in the other room, going, "What did I just hear?" Doesn't matter. I need some incense. All right, so we're picking up kind of just about, it's a little bit of time, not a lot. Like a few hours have passed in the time. You guys are all in the station. You've secured it. And there's a couple bots that are still moping around a little bit. Things are kind of not back to normal. And you guys all throughout the station, everyone is kind of not feeling as safe as they used to be. But at the same time, they're also just trying to get on with things. And it's kind of like they're stumbling along a little bit here and there. It's quiet. The battle you guys had was very short. You do know that they were coming for the that blaster. I cannot say the name now. Requiem blaster. There we go. You know they were trying to look for it. But somebody slid it into his little vault so that they couldn't find it. Void Striker, you came back with a new little friend named Tick, who Addie has, in a sense, kind of adopted under her fender to take care of and kind of show her that she's not always in trouble for every little thing that happens. You guys have recovered a lot of, well, your crew and friends, but you did lose one. And now she's in the cosmos floating around. What do you, let's see, I'm going to pick on one of you. Overload, tag, you're it.
Yeah.
What are you and Aegis up to? Because you two, I know, will be together.
Most likely just sitting about since no one's more or less doing anything.
What do you mean? I'm doing shit.
Well, you're always doing shit.
Well, where are you at in the station? You're in the lounge still by what your icon shows. Aegis is
Yeah,
kind of
probably,
sitting over,
probably still be in the lounge if anything.
and Aegis is sitting in there, but he hasn't really talked much since. He's kind of been staying quiet. He hasn't talked much at all. You do know he's not, you're really not feeling too much from him. He's just him. He's keeping to himself. He's really kind of quiet. He's not saying much. He's in his little bot form just sitting over there. It seems like he's kind of just in his own world right now, but you know he's not himself. Ouch. And I just cut my finger somehow.
Why'd you go and do that?
That was fun. Didn't break the skin though. Sorry. Oh, pain. Is there anything you, Overload, want to do? Because Aegis is just sitting there. Oops. And my chair's falling apart too. Great. Everything has to happen now.
And to me, it feels like he's blocking out his emotion connection towards me, yeah?
Mm-hmm. You got it. He's just kind of shut off. He's really not trying to... He's not really doing anything. It just seems like he's really depressed. He's not as shiny and bright. He's still got color to him, but he just seems kind of dulled right now.
I'm just gonna like lean my head back a bit towards him. Take it the whole situation's rough, yeah.
He stirs a little bit and he kind of lifts his head and looks over at you. You can see it in his optics, in the way he looks. He just kind of nods his head. He doesn't really say anything to you. Like, yeah.
Well, I can definitely say I can relate. Losing one of your own kind is tough. And although we are the soldiers, the ones who are supposed to protect, sometimes we just can't do a lot. God damn it. Hang on.
No, go ahead. It's the other voices in his head that come through.
Something else in his head, maybe.
Hello? Hello?
That would be my mother,
Yep.
Right.
in which I forgot that I was supposed to take out the dogs.
Uh-oh.
Do you need to go do
Yeah,
that?
so
I can switch over to somebody else for a bit.
She's currently going to do it. I'm still
Oh,
gonna more or less go out there. So now I feel bad.
do you
so-
want to go do it for her? I can switch to somebody else for a bit.
Yeah, I'd say swap to someone else for
Okay,
time
go
being.
ahead and do that, Mercer. I don't mind. It's okay.
Go.
You take care
Be
of
the
that.
disappointment you know you are.
So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Void Striker. What?
I basically just dubbed myself into for that, didn't I?
Yeah, you're talking.
Yep.
Dave didn't say anything. You were opening your mouth. You're it.
You talking shit.
uh,
Void Striker, what are you up to? Addie's in the lab there with you, along with Tick, and they're working on little projects. She's actually giving Tick something to do and letting her kind of handle things, and she's sitting back and watching her do it. And it's just simple little projects, nothing big, because she wants her to get comfortable fixing some of the stuff and be able to do some of the stuff herself. Tick seems kind of comfortable in doing a lot of repair, and she seems pretty knowledgeable on controlling like levels, stats, and everything on control systems. But you do notice when she makes a mistake that she flinches, like she's afraid she's going to get hit every once in a while when she makes a small mistake. And Addie just patiently and calmly, and just like, no, you're doing fine. It's just a minor thing. Don't worry about it. And Tick kind of looks at her, and she kind of looks over at you because she can see you, expecting like you to come charging over and get smacked almost, because she shrugs down like she's getting ready to get hit or something.
well, as she looks over, I'm just gonna make sure she knows that I'm seeing her, and then I'm just calmly continuing with what I'm doing.
And she kind of looks around, and she goes right back to doing like, it looks like minor small welding or soldering of some sort that she's doing. And you can see her little optics have little welder's goggles on, and she kind of looks up. She kind of looks a little silly with them on, but it's adorable to look at. And she kind of she constantly looks at Addie for like, am I doing this right? She's looking for that confirmation at a constant. So she's sitting there. She's not a very big bot at all, but you can tell she's been hit and beat up. Addie, you hear Addie, you continue doing that and don't worry about making mistakes. This is a project we're working together on, but I'm going to let you handle it for a little bit. And if you have a problem, just call me over. And the Tick is kind of like, are you sure? Kind of, you can hear her voice warbling sound coming out of her. Like, are you sure? It's like, no, you're fine. You're doing a good job. Keep working. And she kind of walks around, gently pats Tick on the back, lightly, reassuring her. And then she comes over to you, and she kind of leans next to you while you're working on. What is Void Striker working on anyway?
I am currently working on an upgrade chip for Gilgamesh.
Ah. So she leans over and she goes, that seems a little complicated. Do you need help? And she kind of smiles at you as she says it.
I'm just gonna poke her forehead and just goes, I have all the help I need with Micron, but thank you for the offer.
Oh, fine. But you notice she kind of leans in closer and she goes, did you notice the marks all over her?
I'm just gonna send her a file of the soda scan that I've done of Tick of all the potential damage zones and pieces that might need to be fixed.
She sees it and she kind of leans back a little bit and discreetly, she doesn't pull it up on her arm console. You know she's looking at through her optics, and you can hear, oh my, and you can hear her with concern every once in a while. And Tick goes, oh, is everything okay? Because she can hear this. And Addie's like, oh, everything's fine. Just keep working, Tick. And she sends a message quietly back to you. And it's pretty much, are you effing me? Like, really mad emoji kind of thing going along with it. And because she's mad now. If she's not showing it physically, she's just sending that to you going, because she just looked at everything and went, what happened to her? Is all you get as a response again.
I'm gonna send Addie a little data package of potential plate fixings to help That might make Tick a bit more confident, make her look a bit more unique from a, unimportant person.
Addie kind of gets the message, and she sees in her optics again, and she's like, and she just leans over. Ah, gotcha. I got this. I'll take care of her. And she leans in and kind of just she bumps her head lightly with yours on the side, and she goes, "She's been through a lot. Then I'll take care of the armor and replace things." She had talked about, and she's just whispering this super quiet to you. We're taking that symbol off, but it's kind of welded to her. So I may need some help with it.
Just give her a thumbs up.
And she nods to you, and she kind of just leans on you for a moment again, like giving you a hug on the arm, and then she lets you go back to doing your thing, and she goes back over. And you hear, "Hey, Tick, why don't we go do something else for a little bit? Take a break from this." And you hear Tick, "Oh, did I do something wrong?" And immediately she starts shrugging. It's like, and Addie's like, puts her hands out, like, "No, no, no, you're fine. We're just taking a break." And Tick is like, "Yeah, you, I, I'm not gonna." And she's stuttering. She can't.
I'm just gonna turn around slightly. Ticks. Bricks are important, so take them when you can.
And she still.
You're all not built like I am.
And you can see her just. You hear her literally rattling in her armor plating and her body, and a little bit, and it's, and she's like, and Addie's like, "Come on," and she puts her hand out, and Tick kind of takes her hand, slides off the stool, and lands to the floor. And Addie literally walks her out of the room like she's taking a child for a walk. But she takes the goggles slowly off of her and puts them up on the table, and she just winks at you. Addie does, and she goes, "Why don't we go get something to eat? You hungry?" And Tick kind of shakes nervously and follows in hand with Addie out the door and heads to the kitchen area. And you can hear Addie going, "Oh, you meet Kevin. He makes the greatest food. Oh, you'll love him." It's like you just hear this going out the door through the labs.
I'm gonna look at Micro and just go, me and Eddie may not always be around. Do you mind keeping an eye on her for us?
And you hear Micron just kind of, he flashes as he starts talking. "Oh, absolutely. I did notice through some scans of my own that she has been through a lot of damage. There is some subsurfacing damage to the circuits below. We can repair her. It's just whether she will let us get that close. Addie seems to be the only one so far, other than you, to get really close to her. And she gets nervous still." And he just kind of goes, you hear him whirring up again like he's going through scanning stuff. I got a question. Is Wavelength with you still?
Yeah.
So she's, where would she be doing with you? I'm gonna let you kind of handle her, what she would be doing, because she's willing. She's like,
Well, considering she hasn't been on the station in a while, I assume she's just going through the data archives on one of the nearby terminals to get caught up.
Okay, so she's sitting at one of the terminals in her little bot form. She's not cat form like where Carbine likes being in her cat form more, whereas Wavelength's like, I don't care. I just need to get information. I need to work on things. Wavelength's over there. She hasn't really responded then to anything. She's just been focused on her work. She's really straightforward. But you notice she kind of stops, and she turns in this little chair that's way up in the air and spins in it and looks at you for a moment. And then she spins back, and she's looking at, she's looking at the station's diagrams. And she looks back, and then she looks at the diagrams. "You've done a lot of modifications since the last time."
Technology is always improving. It made some systems redundant.
Yes, I've been out of the loop for centuries now, it seems. Ah, but other than that, how did they space bridge in here? Isn't there a suppression system in line?
The suppression system only works from space bridges being deformed from outside in, not inside out.
Hmm. So that means this space bridge here, that would explain the anomalous readings I was reading in your power system during that time.
Most likely, Artemis got into the space bridge control system.
Yes, I did
The space
find
bridge
that.
does not necessarily have to form within the sub hangar itself.
No, and now that the system seems to be fully active again, although there was anomalous readings in multiple spots, I'm assuming that's where she brought them in, closest to where
Most likely.
she thought the weapon was, right? And she's very not angry looking. She's just more like she's really thinking this over. She gets up and she doesn't walk on the floor. She literally gets up in her little bot form, hops up onto the counter and starts walking around toward over to you. And she kind of stops and not too far away, standing on the counter. It is how do I put this? Sad that I've lost one of ours. You start to feel her sadness, that emotion a
Don't
little bit, but she's not
think of
showing.
it as losing her. Think of it as freeing her.
Yes, it is a horrible thing to have be. And she starts stumbling on her words a little bit, which she usually doesn't do. Again, her emotions. It's just been, I haven't seen in a long time. And you can tell she's really trying to control it. And you feel this. And you know she wants to break down, but like just lose it a little bit. But she's just really holding on. I just don't know. I think maybe I should take a walk and do some thinking for a moment. Are you going to be okay here? Do you need any help? And you see her kind of straighten up and kind of like she's trying to
I'll be
shake it off.
fine. If you come across Gilgamesh on your walk, send him my way.
Yes. I'm assuming they'd probably be in the lounge or somewhere.
Either the lounge or the training room.
I can pull up their locations. I can let them know. Um, I will see you later. And she kind of hops down. You hear her ching ching as she lands, and she starts walking out the door. It opens up. You hear that, and she walks out. And you swear you hear her sniffle for a moment, like she's starting to cry. But she just is walking, like hands behind her back, entwined in each other, and she's just like she's trying to really pretend she's not having a little bit of a breakdown. So you're left in the lab alone working on this circuit. You want to roll anything for that? See
I
how fast
very
you can.
much would. I would like to roll Tinker's Tools to see how well I can make this upgrade sheet.
Then
If that's all right with you.
that would be perfectly fine. Please do so. I want to see. Damn.
Good love tool expertise. Just saying.
So what kind of circuit are you making for him again?
I'm making a. I'm basically being an artificer here. I'm making a device that will allow Dave to roll advantage on concentration saves.
All right. You rolled pretty high on that, and it's pretty complicated in certain spots. It'll take you about 20 minutes or so.
And because of how finicky it is, that's why I'm working with
Yeah.
Micron.
Yep. And you did have the advantage anyways, but you rolled high enough with it. Yeah, it'll take you about 20 minutes. Not very long at all. if you rolled any lower than, say, a 20, it would have taken a while longer. And then I was like, oh, this is going to be long. So I'm going to let you do that for the next few rounds here we're going to do. It won't take long, like I said. We're going to switch over to Gilgamesh and Carbine. Where are you two currently at right now?
We would probably still be in the training room. Because when we last left, they were with Sky, and he was practicing a more advanced technique that he was seeking to master.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you all learned something about the little one a little bit. Well, one of you did.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, Sky has kind of gotten up and she's left the training room because she's just lost a friend that she really didn't know, but she was still her friend. And she's kind of wandered off to kind of do this, kind of what Wavelength is doing, taking a bit of a walk, kind of getting a breather. And she's still kind of contending with that. Sky has two of the feathers that are now, what did you call them, Void Striker? You're like, you turned them into like knife, or almost like knives. I forgot what they were called. I didn't get a chance to write them down. My finger.
I think, yeah, he turned him into a weapon for her.
Yeah, so she has two
I
of
think
them.
they were like throwing knives or something.
That's throwing knives. Okay, cool.
I'll have to ask him when he comes back.
Yeah, since I don't have one sheet and I'm missing notes on another, so I'm assuming the two papers are together. Oh, I
Probably.
can find them because I really need Waves links back. Otherwise, I got to try to remember from memory everything on it, which is going to be a miracle. But she's kind of wandered off, and things are pretty quiet through the station. You guys just hear mostly the rumbling from the power source of the station. You can hear, occasionally through the door, you hear Varish doing some work through the comms and everything, and he's just maintaining the systems, kind of keeping track of things.
So with that, he'll kind of take a break as he's been at this for a little while, and he's gonna go check on Kiara, see how she's been doing in medical.
Yeah, you guys would know where everybody's pretty much almost at to a point. Yeah, Kiara's in the medical bay with Felix. So
Yep. So that's where he's gonna go next.
all right, so you head there. Before you exit, you notice the doors open and you see this semi-furry little robot-ish with little tuft ears walk through the doorway, and you recognize Wavelength. She kind of comes through the server room, and she's got her head down, and you don't need to roll perception because Carbine's even there, and she, like, you hear Carbine, oh, hi, Wavelength. And Wavelength doesn't say anything for a moment. It's like she's kind of still got her head down, but you notice her hands are in front of her, and she's kind of just like she's rubbing her face for a moment. And she looks up, and Carbine's like, "Are you okay?" Wavelength just kind of looks for a moment, blinks, and I'm fine. Void Striker wanted to see you when you're available. I'm just taking a bit of a walk. And she just immediately turns and she starts heading toward the hangar room or hangar doors to go out there. And she doesn't really say anything else. Carbine kind of just said, I don't think she's okay. Although it's hard to tell, she's very, logical.
Well, the loss of Artemis is weighing heavy on a lot of people here.
You suddenly feel, once you said the name Artemis, you suddenly feel the drop from Carbine, her feeling. And
just like that, you are now affected by it too.
Yes, I've been trying not to think about it too much. Maybe I should go check on her. Do you mind if I...
You go check on her, and I'm gonna go check on Kiara, and then I'll go see Void Striker. So, just meet me up in a little bit.
Okay, and she gets up and she stops for a moment before she hops off your back, and she turns around and she kind of butts her head up against yours, and then hops off and runs.
He'll extend his arm out to kind of give her a little bit of a ramp, so she's got an easier path down.
And she kind of trots out the door, and you kind of hear, "Hey, Wavelength, wait up!" And just the doors close. You proceed to the medical bay. The doors open, and Felix and is kind of standing there, and you see Kiara's kind of laying on the one stretcher next to him while he's doing a scan on her. And he's not really paying attention. He doesn't hear or see anything because he's got some equipment on, so he's not really paying attention to you. But you hear Kiara kind of like, who came in? Because she can't see you. She's laying down.
It's just me.
Oh, sorry, a little on edge still.
Don't
just-
worry. You're safe here.
Yeah, I'm just getting checked out. I'm still... And you can see her one hand come up to her side where it was really damaged. It's pretty repaired, and it's starting to look better, but she's kind of feeling a little bit still. She goes, just getting checked out again, making sure things are okay. This is when Felix kind of... It's like he's got stethoscope in, and he can't hear you, and he's like, oh, hi, Gilgamesh, kind of thing. Like, you just showed up here to him. And he's like, sorry, didn't see you or hear you. Just checking her
I
out.
have that effect on people.
Yeah, I'm just running a scan on her, and you see him kind of like rub his chest, and he's like, yeah, I've done a few scans on myself just to check. And he kind of looks her over. He goes, everything seems to be repairing up. It's just going to take a little while. And Kiara's like, just kind of like closes her optics for a moment and just like, yeah, it just hurts still sometimes. Sometimes wires seem like it cross every once in a while. And
He kind of leans up against the bed across from her.
Felix,
Can you tell me what you remember? Like what happened?
They look at each other and then they look over at you because he's sitting her up as you ask that question. And he's like, well, it was sudden. Everything went dark and emergency lighting kicked on, which didn't help us any. Felix, I just remember I went to the door and suddenly I heard a shot and I was down, and then everything went black. And Kiara's like, I remember something.
Was there any incoming signals just before the blackout?
Oh,
Any sort of subspace signal?
Varish kind of did say that something was going on across the comms before they cut out, but that's all we could get. We were trying to get around, and the systems, a lot of them were going offline, and we couldn't open doors. And when we did, some of the doors had surprises behind them, and we kind of hid or tried to run. Something attacked me, and she started rubbing your side again. And then I remember Drift grabbed me, kind of dragged me into the one comm room, and we locked ourselves in. And I was kind of in and out of consciousness. I don't remember too much. And I remember Drift yelling at somebody. And then I know I heard him scream, and then he was down on the ground. And I just heard weird laughter. There's a lot going on, but I wish I could give you more. Well, speaking of more, and she kind of holds up her hand for a moment, and then she kind of puts it right back down her side, and you can see her like cringe in pain. And sorry, and Felix, like, you're still gonna have to take it easy. But you're good to go for now. If you got a problem, come back to me. And she's like, she slides off the table, and she turns more toward you, but she's still kind of sitting on it. And she pulls out her little data tablet, but she expands it out. That information that Unicron gave you, there's more. It was encrypted, but I decrypted some of it with some help from the guilds. There's
All
some
right, lay it on
information.
me. What do you got?
Well, we might want to have everybody here, but this, and she kind of puts her fingers up and does the air quotes. Shockwave. It doesn't say his full name. There's a part of his name that's missing. Like, it says Shockwave, but there's another part to it. And then it says Shockwave, and it gives a number, and then it says universe. And then it says Shockwave again, but it says another universe. And then next to that says destroyed, referencing the universe it was in is destroyed. The thing is some of the data information for each one of those matches up to, well, there's some signals that matches up to, and one of them's here. It might be, there might be more here that you guys are going to be going against right now. Not just one shockwave, but definitely 3. And there's something about redundancy systems, but it doesn't, it's like it's somewhat corrupted, but it's not, I think it's just not decoded fully. We're still working on it. And she's really trying to put this together. She goes, it's so sporadic, and I'm trying to get you all this information. And now with this attack, I am.
Right now, we need to shift our focus. We need all the information that we can get on that station.
Yeah.
I don't intend to take this attack lying down. We're gonna hit him back. I need all the information we can get on that station.
Well, just so happens Unicron did give you information. There's more here. The shockwaves were the big one I thought were more important to talk about. He's on a station in a particular part of the universe that we don't have maps for, but did you guys ever update the map systems for the station? I don't remember if you guys did or not.
I would assume that any sensor data that we had when we went into the void, like, that would have been passed along to Void Striker's computer server.
I want to make sure,
because he would want that sensor data for sure.
Yeah. So with that, she overlays on her. It's a flat, so you're only looking at this flat thing, but she's holding it up because she can see you through it. It's literally just holographic. But she goes, your data lines up with a particular planet, and she points to it. You know, that's that planet that was exhibiting when you guys were out there. A lot of energy readings, but you never got close to. But there's the thing above it, and she goes, this, and she takes her fingers and literally, like you're touching a touch screen, she blows it up, and she goes, it's not the greatest image, but that planet is there. On the original charts we have now, or had, did not have this, but it's what that thing is attached to. And you realize the station that is emitting a lot of energy is connected to the planet. You can see it's something is tethered to it somehow. And
Call me
she,
crazy, but does that not look like another Unicron?
well, sort of. It was an advanced planet at the time, and somebody wanted it out of our records a long time ago. If this planet is the correct one, and she swipes her hand a little bit to move the image over, she pulls up the database and she goes, for all accounts, we need to talk to the minis. And she's talking about the mini cons. I think that's their home planet.
That's what Carbine was mentioning when we were in close proximity. But there was nothing there. It was just pretty much a desert world.
Well, she goes, no, that was this planet. That should have been. If this record's correct, and she has to look at it because she goes, we pulled a lot from our history books. That should be the old Titans planet, which
We didn't really get a good look at it, but from what we're able to at least see from our distance, there wasn't much left of it.
And then she puts her finger up and she goes, that other signal also is originating out here that matches the information from the one shockwave. And you automatically know who it is. It's Prometheus and Ash sitting out there. And she's gesturing. There is a signal being that it's from another universe. It's Ash. We know that. So she's like, yeah, these signals are that they're picking up on another place. We've adapted some of the new technology from what Widow and some of the new engineers came in. We've adapted a lot of the sensors. I just wish we could have stopped what was coming in. Even Felix is sitting off to the side listening to this. He's just like shaking his head like, so what happened? And Kiara just kind of turns her head to him for a moment and then looks back at you and she goes, well, here's some other information. Something about a broken universe. That's all it translates. And she holds up broken universe is literally all it translates to. And she goes, the rest
that
of
doesn't
this
sound very good.
Yeah. It does list some stuff and she scrolls it up. This is a big file, so she goes, you can see some stuff is decrypted, some stuff isn't. It's just a jumble mess because they're trying to decrypt what his coding was. And she goes, yeah, like Unicron has pointed out that this shockwave that we're dealing with, and she goes, the shockwave for now. She's like, I don't know what to call him. He may have destroyed universes. Something about blowing up something. It's vague on some details. I'm sorry. We are working on it as fast as we can, but with this setback a little bit, it's slowed us down just a little bit because they are, in a sense, back on Cybertron, they are keeping high alert. They're keeping track of signals now more. So far, it's just been here and there stuff. Nothing big. It's been fairly quiet. But we are working on this. I will update you as soon as I can if more pops up. But when you guys got back,
He just kind of raises his hand up. So, just so I'm clear in understanding, are you suggesting it's better for us to pursue these signals rather than make a counterattack?
Well, not really. One of those signals that's from another universe is here. And she kind of takes the tablet and she taps on the signal coding and she goes, we've adapted our sensors here to kind of see who is from our universe or not. And she kind of like, yeah, we're trying to keep things
Well,
safe.
there is one person here that should be rather obvious.
And she goes, yep. And she taps the signal on the tablet and it automatically lights, like it gives a map. And she turns the tablet and she literally pings where Sky is standing at. She's in the hangar. And she goes, yeah, the other one is out in space. I'm assuming that's somebody else we may know. And she knows of them. It's like, But she goes, these signals are also tracking. There's some odd anomalous readings. Specifically, and she blows up that station, but she taps a different coding and she goes, that. And it lights up like a light bulb of this massive signal above the planet that she says that this station is tethered to.
So that station is from another universe.
It's either that or it's something on there that's very big. She goes, I can't tell. This is pretty far out. And without more information or at least closer readings, we won't know for sure.
Well, do a deep dive. We need an infiltration method. We need any information that we can on that station.
Yeah, I will. And she kind of turns to Felix. Thanks for the checkup, Doc. He kind of just nods. It's what I do. Something to do real quick. Go ahead, Mercer. And she turns back to you, and she kind of gets up, and you know she's a little wobbly for a moment, but she stands up straighter and kind of fixes herself. She puts her tablet away, and she walks up close to you. Just glad you guys came back. And she kind of puts her head forward, and she literally just thumps right into your chest. This is very stressful. She just kind of leaned forward into you.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of problems like this since the Guild Wars. And even then, I think that paled in comparison to what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, she stands back up. You see her hold her side again for a moment. I really got to thank Drift for saving me as much as he could. I know he literally carried me over top of himself into that room and laid me down. He locked down the room and he saved me. And she kind of just looks around for a moment. I better go see Varish and see what else we can do. I'm going to stay working on this, though. I'll see you later. And she kind of turns, and you see her still rub her side, but then she drops her arm back down, and she kind of walks away slowly.
And he'll start heading in the direction of Void Striker.
So, we'll speed it along. You get up to the doors to the lab, and you open them up, and you see Void Striker over at one of the benches, and he's just, it looks like you can tell he's working on something, and he's sitting there. So, you want to say hi to him? Wake up!
You just gotta lean against the door, just watching him work. Just gonna stand there, seeing if he notices.
Does Void Striker notice him?
I don't know. Does passive 15 notice him?
I'll roll stealth against it if you really want.
Oh, do it! Let's do this. Let's get some rolls going here. One's for stealth, the other one. Oh crap!
28.
I might have to do some active perception. Nat 20, bitch!
Oh my god! God damn it! This is where it's just about as bad as the 100 that turns to 200. Oh my god!
Okay,
Void,
so joking aside,
Void Striker, you're sitting there. You know he's come in, even if at his quietest. You're just sitting there doing your thing. You don't even have to look up. You know he came in.
I'm just gonna point to the a stool just next to me.
It was just gonna quietly move and sit down at the stool.
Oh.
Now, at this point, would the chip be complete?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna hold up the chip, turn to Gilgamesh and go, then I have to open up your head case to install this.
Brain surgery. Oh, sorry.
He kind of looks over the chip a little bit. All right.
So I'm gonna
And
stand up and
He's
go
gonna
by
open a
Gilgamesh.
port in the back of his head.
I'm going to carefully insert it into the right port and begin connecting it.
You guys want to talk while that's happening, or are you just going to want to do that? I'm fine.
He's not gonna say anything to distract him. He's just gonna let him work.
I won't even have it.
That's-
Do you want to roll for, how well you put it in?
I mean, I'll roll if you want me to. It gives me a chance to joke around with Fletcher Genius.
Oh, sure. If you want to, go for it. I mean, hey,
What do you want me to roll? Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Medicine?
This would be medicine because you are working more on one.
That is a 13.
Sorry, Wavelength's not there to help you. So you.
But I do have Micron.
Oh yeah, you do have Micron, but he really doesn't do that stuff. So he just.
That's fine.
Even Micron's cringing.
You're just provoking this at this point.
Yeah, I know. So you feel him working.
Well, let's be honest. At this point, Fletcher Genius is primarily a joke thing.
Yeah. You feel him working on the back of your head, and you feel this chip kind of get inserted, and you see your optics kind of not flicker, but you can see more coding come up, new module inserted. And you see it going through diagnostics almost immediately as he's connecting in the lines and everything that needs to be. Within a few moments, he's done. You close up your paneling on the back of your head, and you have this new module installed. And now you can run faster than lightning. No, I'm kidding. I can't do
No, someone else gives me that power.
that. Almost.
I'm gonna look at
almost.
Gilgamesh and simply go, that should allow you to help focus a lot better.
Keeping my focus in a fight is definitely gonna keep me alive, so I do appreciate it.
So
Yeah.
How are the others? Have you spoken with many of them?
I have not. As you know, I tend to keep to myself most of all. Tech is still adjusting to the extreme culture shock.
Yeah. And when you came to tell me that you had something for me, they looked pretty down, pretty depressed.
That was Wavelength, not Tech.
oh yeah,
Sorry.
wavelengths. Yeah, Tick is
I'm still
Addy.
getting used to these names above
I
you.
know there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
But as you guys are speaking, the doors do open, and Addie comes walking through, and Tick has a small bowl of what almost looks like ice cream. And you can see on her face, she's not paying attention. She doesn't even see you yet, Gilgamesh. So she's kind of not looking, and she's taking a bite. And she looks up, and her optics go super wide, looking right at you. And you can see this stuff around her mouth, and she's sitting there, and her hands start shaking a little bit. And Addie's like, not even doesn't realize she's starting to do this, and she's just shaking, looking at you because she hasn't really interacted with anybody else too much except for Void Striker and Addy and Micron and Wavelength. They're really the only ones who've actually really interacted, and she's kind of like,
He's kind of Gilgamesh is kind of like turning, looking over his shoulder, like he's not like in an offensive posture. He's very relaxed as he's kind of sitting on the stool after the little brain surgery. So he's sitting fairly relaxed and he's kind of looking over at her a bit confused as to why she's shaking.
it, and Addy immediately turns around, notices, and she's like, uh, she's still getting used to new people, Gilgamesh. Sorry. Um,
It's fine.
Tick, it's okay. This is Gilgamesh. He's a good. He's good. It's okay. And you see her still shaking a little bit, but she isn't saying anything. She's just live optics staring at you.
I'm not unaccustomed to being feared.
And she's looking at you, and she kind of looks you slowly up and down, and she kind of moves behind Addie's legs, and kind of is peering out behind. And she still has the bowl and spoon, and you could hear her shaking a little bit. And she's
You can trust me, little one. So long as you're here with me, you're under my protection.
and she looks up
Void
at
Strike is just gonna slightly chuckle at that, considering the station he's sitting on.
yeah, safe. Mm-hmm. But
We weren't here when they attacked.
but Tick kind of comes around Addie's legs slowly, and
That's not why Void Strike was chuckling.
yeah, there's a whole other, it's the station itself. But Tick kind of steps around slowly, and Addie's like, "It's okay. He's a friend. He's like you said. He's here to help, protect." And you see this little bot kind of set this bowl down, set the spoon down very carefully, not taking her optics off of you, and she puts her hands up, like kind of like close together, and she gets really like starts getting closer to you, but you notice she's sliding her feet over. No hurt, and she kind of like flinching a little bit away, like she's gonna get hit again. And Eddie's like, "No, he's not gonna hit you. Nobody's gonna hit you here. We don't do that, okay? We're friends. If we hit, we're just playing or, practicing fighting moves. We try not to hurt each other here." And you see Tick kind of look back quickly and look back at you. You look, um, um, dangerous. And she's like really wanting to ask you questions, but she's like just, mm. And she's not real super small. She's just bigger than the mini cons, but she's still small. And she's
Go on.
well.
Ask your questions.
You look like some of the scans that the master wanted me to transport, and he closed the screen. You look similar, and she's pointing because she could see some of the, like where your tentacle arms are, and she goes, "Some of that looks similar to those scans." And you you see her head tipping. You look similar. You look like the scan that I saw, but there's something different. Um, and you suddenly see her kind of slowly. She kind of keeps her eyes on you, but she moves around you a little bit. So now she's closer to you, Void Striker, on the other side. She's kind of around the side of you, like looking at you, and she goes, "You have you are a different body shape to the scan I've seen."
The scan that you've seen, what do you remember of it?
Well, you well, not you, but you look similar, but it didn't tell me anything about color or anything, but your body shape is just a little different.
This scan, though, you said this was something that your master is wanting you to retrieve?
Well, I was supposed to transport it to the archive, and
The scan or the subject?
no, the scan, just the scan. We didn't have the subject at the time. I only got to see those at certain times. I did see something, but I was punished for seeing it anyway. Um, I'm not supposed to talk about that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even be talking about this. He may beat me for it.
You're fine, Tick.
She keeps forgetting where she's at. She still thinks she's there at times. She goes, "Yeah, but I'm not supposed to talk about those things."
You
No.
can talk about them here.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to.
The more you tell us, the more we can help others.
Well, there was a bot. She looks similar to you.
But why were you taking this scan to the archive? What was it for?
Well, that's where he kept all the information, and I was supposed to put it there, and I tripped and dropped it, and you could see her
Gilgamesh,
rubs
you
her
remember
side.
the facility on Junkion?
Yeah.
Tick worked there.
You've been there? That place? And she starts really shaking really hard. You really just hear rattling at this point. And Addie's like, hey, it's okay. You're safe here. There's nothing here like that. And she just is shaking away and just starts kind of, you can see she's like panicking a bit. And then you see her bolt behind Addie's legs and literally starts hiding behind her leg and holding onto it like a little kid almost. And Addie's like, okay, it's okay. Nobody's here to do that. We're just asking questions.
It's fine.
I think
It's probably a bit too much to ask at this point.
she's kind of hiding her head too, and Addie's like, we'll maybe try in a moment later. I'll get her calmed down. And you see her kind of lift her leg up and trying to move her leg, and she goes, "Oh, geez, this is gonna be fun." And she stops for a moment. And Addie turns back. Oh, by the way, Void Striker, I may have something for you. Drift and I have been working on other projects too. But let me take care of this. And she kind of turns and starts. You hear this, boom, tink, boom, because Tick is attached to her leg right now, holding on. And she walks over.
We should probably find Overload and deal with the whole Requiem Blaster situation as well, while we can.
Yeah, we might as well get the whole group together. We've got a lot to talk about.
We'll use the weapon lab next door to talk about it. It's more secure, and I know for a fact there'd be no potential leaks from there.
You guys can always ping him too to ask him to come.
Oh, I was literally about to do that.
Okay, that works.
I was about to send Overload a message to come meet us when he's done with whatever he's doing.
So you're pinging Overload, right? Just to be sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you guys need to do real quick? Or...
Nope.
Okay.
Let the boy have his time now.
So Overload, you're sitting there in the lounge with Aegis still, and Aegis has kind of hopped down and walked over closer to you. So he's coming around the side of in a sense, the couch. He's shorter than the couch, and he kind of stands closest to you. And I don't know how to handle the guilt. And he's not looking up at all. He's just looking at the floor like he's just down. Ouch.
You're not meant to look past the guilt of something that is a failure. You're supposed to hold it up high, so that way, you know the mistake you shouldn't make again, and strive to do better.
Yeah.
Soldiers have their moments of weakness, but we are also a shine of hope for those that aren't able to fight back. And showing that weakness loses that hope. So, we gotta use whatever we lost and use it to better ourselves. So that way we bring hope to those that are still around.
And he hasn't said anything yet, but you suddenly hear him kind of, "You remembered me. She remembered me fighting, trying so hard only to fail. But she didn't see it that way."
If you wish to remember her in a positive light. You should look past the negative and know the value that was held by her.
Yeah, I I do. It's just I have been I don't know what I've been. I think I need to take a bit of a walk. You gonna be okay for a bit?
It's not my first time dealing with loss. Definitely won't be my last. So I'll be able to get through it.
All right. Thanks for the talk, Overload. I think I'll go take the walk. I'll see you in a bit. And he seems a little brighter, and he stands up a little straighter, but not. He's still not really feeling it too much. Still, he kind of turns and he walks. He kind of walks through the infirmary. You hear Felix, "Oh, hey, Aegis," and just kind of that moment that he just lets him pass on through. And the
I
door
mean,
soft closes.
as long as he takes my words to heart, then he should be fine.
They just need some time. So as that happens, you get a little ping on your arm console. Hey, you want to join us in the weapons lab from Void Striker?
Just type back, sure. Got nothing better to do.
So I'll speed you along. You head over there.
You did it.
You get over to the weapons lab. You see Void Striker and Gilgamesh. You're in there with him too, correct?
Yep.
Okay. You walk in. You guys don't need to make a perception check if he shows up because he's pretty big and you can't
Well, it's
miss
not
the
like I'm
thud.
trying to sneak around.
Yeah, you hear him thud through the door because you're a big boy too. And you see Void Striker and Gilgamesh in there.
So what's up? Testing new weaponry?
Not particularly. I'm going to hit a button on my arm console to lock the weapons lab down.
All the doors locked down. Even Addie knows from the other side that you're doing something, and it's like, nope, do not disturb.
From what we understand, the station attack was to obtain the Requiem Blaster.
Mm.
I have a proposal we make it that nobody but us can use it.
I'm already on board
Okay.
with this idea, so you've got no argument with me.
I mean, it's a valuable asset, so we would want to keep it safe. But the question is, how do you plan on doing so? Because we already have one safe point.
I recommend we modify the blaster that it requires at least 2 of us present to fire it.
So, biometric scan.
Biometric scans can be full. The thing that can't would be spark wavelengths.
Alright.
Gilgamesh, would you please retrieve the weapon?
He'll open the portal box and he will retrieve the Requiem Blaster.
I'm going to clear one of the weapon benches.
Okay, now I can talk. I had to mute myself because I was coughing so bad. So, Gilgamesh, you open the door, you see the vast array of stuff you have in there, but you see this case that Addie was carrying before. You slide it out, and I'm assuming you guys are going to put it up on the bench to open it up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So you lift it up, you open up the latches, and you flip this open, and you see the Requiem Blaster. You see there's a few modifications. You could tell Addie and Drift worked a lot of angles into this to get it to work, so the circuitry. And you guys can see there's definitely a little difference to what the archives would have made this thing sound like, or look like, I should say. Not sound like. It sounds like something. Yeah, there we go. It looks like.
Question, is it as big as it would normally be?
It's just about, yeah, actually, it is the same. It would be just as big as it is. It's pretty big because now that it's reassembled, you notice how big it actually is. The case wasn't small anyway, so when Addie was carrying it, she was literally having trouble with
I'm
it.
going to send a ping to get Drift over here because I'm going to need his help to modify his modifications.
You get a ping, you get kind of a ping back, like a busy signal in a sense, like he's busy. So he's not really responding to anything. He's just busy.
I'll just send a quick ping back for a quick blueprint of the modifications he did to the Requiem Blaster.
And he kind of, you get a quick response. You just get the schematic real quick. He doesn't really respond with anything.
Alright, with this schematic I should be able to modify it. I'm going to, with Gilgamesh's help, because his hands are smaller than mine,
Mm-hmm.
modify this to specifically only fire when 2 of our spark wavelengths are detected by the Requiem Blaster.
What range would you set that at for the work?
Very fucking close.
So less than 30 feet?
Probably about 5 to 10 feet. 10 feet most.
You can do 10 feet because I have the grids always set at 10 feet. I don't do 5 feet on
Yeah.
these. Because you guys are bigger!
Yeah.
Yep,
So yeah, 10
you scale the
feet minimum.
size.
10 feet
Yeah.
will work, though. So, let me see. What should I have you guys roll with advantage? Because you won't really need it. But I'm going to make it complicated as hell, just for the fun of it.
I mean, I've got plenty of tools I could roll.
Yeah, roll something.
I
Have
have-
fun with it.
I have guidance.
Yeah.
So
that's-
do you want me to roll Smith tools or Tinker tools? They seem like the most appropriate here.
Go for it. You pick one. I'll let you guys.
Tinker seems more appropriate.
Because you are playing with
Guidance.
and you upped it even higher. I was going to say you do have to hit pretty high, and you already did hit the number.
So now I
was
roll
needing.
1d4, right?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
so I mean, regardless, it's going to be above 30.
31.
You're definitely going above and beyond. You modify it without any trouble. You all three, you modify it.
The thing that would take the longest is getting the accurate scan of spark chambers, because they'd actually have to open up their chest components for that.
You can always ask Addie to come in and help you with that if you need to. But you can individually do it if you need to.
I'd rather just keep it between us 3, because if anybody else is in the room, what happens is a chance of wavelength contamination.
Exactly. That's why I was like, you really don't want anybody else in while you're doing that. especially when you're messing with the Requiem Blaster. If it was anything else, I would have said, "No, you're fine." But Requiem Blaster, I'm kind of glad you hit that because I was like,
And because
if you
somebody will have to hold the scanner for me, I'm gonna show both of them. Just it doesn't matter who does it. How to use the scanner and scan properly for the wavelength.
okay, who's going first then?
I'll do it on Overload because his spark chamber will be easier to access.
Will it? Will it?
He's a big boy. He can move things around
He's
a
a
lot more.
bigger boy.
Yeah.
Well, not to
Will he?
mention,
Though?
even if I'd figure like if I was to transform, would it be closer? So that
Right now,
outwards?
No, your bot. It's a lot easier to access a spark chamber in bot mode.
yeah, it is.
Ah.
He's right. It is because I've seen how many times they've transformed. It's always easier in bot mode because even in vehicle mode, it's a nightmare.
Oh
I've
yeah,
seen
because
that.
I also I remember I do have a compartment like in the front of my chest, so like if anything, that would also help get it closer.
And you can decide where your spark actually resides at, if it's directly in your chest or if it sits a little lower or higher.
I'd probably like say like probably center mass. I want to say.
Okay.
The dead center. Nice.
All right. So, Overload, is he just going to stand there or do you need him to sit? I'm going to have details.
He can sit, lay down, do whatever.
What would you like to do, Overload? Do you just want to sit on a stool? Or do you want to just stand there and take like a big butt?
I'm gonna do sit ups. I'm kidding.
Go off. That's going to interfere with the scan. It's going to take a while.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm kidding. I'm just gonna stand. I'm just gonna stand still.
So you stand there, Overload. Your front chest opens. Do you want to describe in any particular way how it opens, or do you just want it to open? I don't care really. It doesn't bother me.
Huh?
I can make it disgusting.
I remember it's like I think it was like something similar like to Optimus, like so like the chest little area like kind of pops out like
So your
hood-like.
chest windows pop out, leading outwards.
Yeah.
As you
But
do this,
I have a question. How would you have your tonal shift? Because that's unique to every Cybertronian.
My internal shift.
Like how your like internal components would shift around so it reveals the spark chamber.
Probably like I want to say like probably compacting a bit, like open up more so the spark shows. It's like compacting on the sides so like it brings it inwards in a sense.
Nice visuals.
see, those details make it really fun to listen to. And I was like, man, this sounds cool. So you do this, and you see his spark right in the center, heavily armored around.
I'm going to be incredibly careful because spark chambers are fragile when they're exposed.
Yes, please.
When yeah,
Don't
you
trip.
got me at my weakest.
Yeah,
right
I would
now.
know that more than anyone here.
Yeah, so
You-
don't
you
trip.
got- You currently got me at my weakest, so please be careful.
Yeah. I'm going to go in where I'm as close as I need to be at the maximum range because I don't want to get too close because again,
No,
spark chambers.
Yep.
Get the wavelength scan done properly, and once that's done, I'm going to pull the scanner out, let him close back up.
All right, let's do this. I want you to roll me a D4, just a straight D4. Nothing highs. Doesn't need to be a big roll.
Now 4.
Fuck yeah, you're done. That's how fast it was for it. I was like, man, you rolled the maximum of it. I was like, fuck, that worked. Damn it. Okay, cool. So, Overload, you can close up. And
Yep.
who's next?
I'll do
That'd be me.
Gilgamesh. I'm
Gilgamesh?
going to have to kneel down for Gilgamesh, so.
Oh, yeah, he's a little shorter than you, too. So, do you want to describe how your chamber opens up? You don't have to. You can just say it opens up.
So it would just be like opening like from the inside going out. Like his chest plate would just like just split up the middle, just open up.
Oh,
And like the different armor platings would also kind of recede and back and would reveal a spark chamber.
oh, this sounds so cool in my head right now. I've got so much going on. Like,
Look, I'll be right
ooh.
back.
No problem.
Alright.
So roll another D4 for me, Void Striker.
3.
Okay, it's taking a little longer, but you're able to scan it. It's just taking a little longer because for some reason it's just taking longer with him. That's all. But you get done. Now it's your turn, Void Striker.
Alright, I'm gonna lay on the ground because I had to walk away. So Gilgamesh is gonna be scanning. I'll hand him the scanner.
Might be best if he does.
And
So
the
what do
way
you want me to roll?
Same thing, D4.
D4?
I don't get to describe how I open up. Or
Oh, yeah, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
do it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. You
Go
can
ahead, do it.
do
I'm not going to
please.
roll till you do
Actually,
Alright, well,
wait. No, I really want to see how Void Striker does it because
the chest armor plating slide around his body, so they're still connected, but they slide around to the side. And in the inside, it's all cogs and gears. You watch these things whirl, and then some just stop and then shift to the side. The next layer does the same thing, shifts to another location, over and over again until it gets to a core, which opens up in 4 directions.
and Gilgamesh, you and Overload are witnessing what is older technology in a sense inside of him, but it's it's still updated stuff. So you're seeing, like he said, cogs, gears, stuff you guys do know of and you've seen, but this stuff is showing how old Void Striker actually is inside. So you guys are seeing all this. It's like, ooh, I've got this all going in my head right now, going, ooh. So now roll me a D4 for it.
All right.
Excuse me.
Here we go. 3.
Takes a little bit of time again, about the same amount as yours, Gilgamesh, and the scan's going pretty good. You're not really picking up anything too anomalous. It's just doing the wavelength. You see it coming across the scanner really nicely, and you're done. And that's it. You guys have the wavelength scans. If you guys had rolled like a 2 or a 1, this would have taken forever.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
good thing we didn't.
Yeah. I was like, you're going to run into problems and issues. Something would have come up. It would have been a nightmare. You don't want to.
Hey, at least the Dicebot loves us when it's important.
Yeah, for now.
Unless you're blue, then it just hates you, apparently.
I mean, do I need to bring up the past roll of me getting my head crushed and killed?
Yeah.
See, that wasn't important. That was after the important bit.
Hey, just be glad I had a vial of something else just to boost you along even further. It's just like, here, drink this.
Alright, with the scans, I'm going to start the modifications on the Requiem Blaster.
Let me see. You're doing the modifications. Screw it. Roll me a d20. Just straight d20. I want to see something.
Whoa, time for a low roll. Oh, mid roll.
Actually,
Can I use guidance?
if you'd like, you can.
Guidance.
Well, that's 1d4, yeah?
Go for
Yeah.
it. Let's roll.
Now 4 on top.
Yeah.
You know, I would use Flash of Genius, but it doesn't affect this because it's a flat roll.
So you modify the circuitry. It doesn't take you too long. You guys are standing there watching him, and you can see him inputting the information and doing all this stuff. And within say about 20 minutes or so, you get that thing done like no tomorrow. It's done. And you can see that it's picking up, it's giving a green signal right now because you're all within 10 feet of it. And
I'm going to purposely test this by grabbing it and moving like 20 feet away from them.
as soon as you pass the 10-foot mark, it goes red instantly. You can't fire at all.
Modifications complete.
Woo!
Now the question is, do we put it back in the storage or do we attach it to a weapons platform for quick deployment when needed?
You guys have a choice.
Well, truth be told, in the moment, I'm not sure if we want to have it ready so quickly. We don't even know where we're going to be firing it, and
That's why I'm saying, do we equip it to either one of us, a weapons platform, or put it back in storage? We don't know where or when it's needed.
I think for the moment it might be best kept in storage. If Shockwave finds out this thing is out in the open, he's gonna do whatever he can to try and get his hands on it. You okay?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
did a
you good?
hiccup belch at the same time, and it kind of hurt. Sorry.
Yeah,
Don't
it sounded
choke
like
on
it
air.
hurt. That's why I'm asking. Are you okay?
I'll
Again,
live.
don't choke on air.
That's
Yeah.
my job as the asthmatic.
Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mute it in time either. I was like, oh, that's not gonna. Pain overrode first. So no, continue on, guys. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Alright, well, I'm gonna put it back in the case and hand it to Gilgamesh. Just remember, if you're currently the only one that can access it if it's needed.
Well, hopefully we're not in a position where we're gonna have to make such a rush decision. So yeah, he's gonna go ahead and take the portal box and he's going to put it back into the storage unit that he keeps it in.
So you open up your door, you go in, you set it down. Do you set it anywhere in particular, like away from the opening further, or do you just kind of just generally set it?
Yeah, so like you're gonna have to turn a corner to see it. You're not gonna like if you're just looking just inside,
You just see
you're
everything
not
else.
you'll see everything else. You won't see it.
Okay, that works. All right, so
Yeah, but he's purposely putting it in a corner so like if you're just looking at it from the outside, you won't find it.
Well, unless they know what the case that we're storing in looks like, they're not gonna find it either way.
it's kind of
Well, the box is also coded to me, so I'm the only one who can open it.
So,
But in the case that that safeguard is compromised, there's a few other ways to get around it, but either way, I think it's best it just stays out of sight.
all right. So you guys have completed that task, and
Alright, the moment he's back out of the portal, I'm gonna end the lockdown on the weapons bay.
as you do, Addie kind of comes to the door, and the door's open, and she goes, "Oh, I see we're done with." And she kind of already knows what's going on the project. Like, she's not
Yes,
saying
we're
it.
done, Eddie.
Okay, I calm Tick down. She's doing okay. She just fears getting kicked. She just kind of shakes her head like,
It'll take some time for her to get adjusted, especially when you're coming out of that kind of abuse. It takes some time to realize not everyone's going to hit you.
yeah. And she goes, speaking of, and she holds up the Decepticon symbol. And she goes, I did get this off of her finally. It helped to calm her down. What was behind it that disturbed me a little more? And she takes the symbol, and it's just a piece of metal, but she literally, you see her optics kind of go red, and she crushes it in her hand. Now, Addie's not super strong, but she's very mad right now, and she literally crushes it in her hand.
What did you find, Addie?
A lot of. It looks like somebody shot her, and she's very angry. Her optics are still red. I am already got her getting repaired, but she doesn't want to go to the med bay, so I've got a Micron kind of helping me with her. She seems to be fine with Micron because he's about the same size as her, and they're getting along great. I'm going back over right now to sit with them and help. She just needs a little repair. I'm already in the, and you can tell she's getting mad because she's just like, and you see her calm down, and all the red goes out, and her bluish coloring and everything starts to come back. She starts to calm down, and she drops the piece right on the floor and just this is just revolting. And she just shakes her head and turns and walks back. Doesn't say anything else to you guys.
I'm gonna deploy Scamper to eat the fucked up sigil.
Yeah. He hops down, he looks at you, he looks at it, and he looks at it again, and he picks it up. And you swear he's sniffing it. And he puts it in his mouth, and he just looks at you, and he walks over to a little trash receptacle, and he's looking right at you as he does this, and he drops it right in like, I ain't eating that.
That's fair.
And he walks back over to you, hops back into you, and is like, nope, I ain't eating that crap.
Again, fair response.
So you guys are all chilling in the lab for a moment. And things are pretty calm. But you hear this echoing music. Coming through the entire station. You can hear Addie, what is that? From the other room. You hear Tick, who's laying there getting repaired, very calmly. Sounds pretty, but sad.
It's probably the little one.
And you hear Kiara come over your comms to all three of you. You guys need to come see this in the hangar.
Gotta make my way to the hangar.
Yep, we're going.
So as you all three get there, you see all the minicons standing at the big open hangar door. And you see Sky kind of just sitting there. And you notice she's sitting on something, and the little one is sitting kind of next to her, playing this music. And you see these waves of energy. And you see the minicons themselves kind of fluctuating in color. As well as this thing that Sky and the little one are sitting on is kind of pulsing. You realize it's Drift in his surfboard form. He's just hovering there. And they're...
I'm gonna approach slowly and just sit on the edge of the open door.
You realize that they are paying respects. Overload, Gilgamesh, Void Striker, you see all the minicons. They're not saying a word. They are quiet. And they just sit there. But they're all crying. The little one hasn't moved. And you notice Sky is sitting there on Drift in the surfboard form with the little one, and she's just kind of they're sitting next to each other like nothing's, just they're thinking about it. But you notice she's twirling one of Artemis's feathers in one of her hands. And you see the iridescent coloring that reflects off of it. And you see the little one kind of reach up like she wants to touch it for a moment. And you see Sky just lower it down slowly, and the little one just kind of runs her fingers across it very softly. She knows it's very sharp, but she touches it, and you can see this flow of music kind of float off of it. And it drifts out. I need you to all three make a perception check on something here. I want to see if one of you sees it or if all of you see it. And it has to be pretty good to spot this.
Whoa,
I ain't seen nothing.
Oh my god.
I see it all.
I'm too busy watching Sky and the little one.
I see it too.
I was gonna say it makes sense for me because I'm desensitized to fucking loss, so I probably pay
You
attention.
think you're the only one desensitized lost?
The two
We're
of
I
them.
don't
all
know,
in our
Mr.
own way desensitized to
I
loss.
don't know, Mr. 5 perception.
Oh my god, this is good.
You
So,
got a problem with my 5 perception?
Void Striker Overload. You notice Sky is sitting on Drift, and you notice she emits blue, like a brighter blue, as Drift is kind of goes from a purple to a cyan color. So from this purple goes to greens to this cyan coloring. Where she's sitting at, you notice it's like Drift's colors are drifting into her coloring where she's touching him. You guys do notice this. And they're just sitting there quietly, and Aegis falls to his knees and just starts losing it. The others kind of go to his side and they lean down and it's not your fault, is all you hear. The little one hops down. You see her go over, and she stands in front of Aegis, this tiny little mini con bot. And she's got her instrument pack, and she slowly moves it around to her back. And you notice she's made some modifications to it. It's more than one instrument now than it was before. But she looks up at Aegis, and you hear her beat. And the mini cons understand her. Void Striker understands her. And this is what they are saying. So Void Striker understands this. She's at peace. She's happy now. And she's safe. And you see the little one just kind of walk up and pat his hand, because he's literally almost like down on his hands and knees, just losing it. And he kind of sits up, and it's just hard for him. And so the others are like, it's hard for all of us. We lost one of our own again.
In Minicon, I would like to say to Aegis, she's flying within the cosmos. If you still feel guilty, make sure it's safe enough for her to fly eternally.
He stands up. He walks over to you, and he looks up at you.
I'm sitting at the edge of the hangar, so.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you're sitting. But you're still big to him, so. Uh-oh, dog's here, somebody. So he walks over to you, though, and he's looking up at you, though, and he kind of puts his hand on your arm, and he goes, thank you for what you've done and what you did for her. You stop.
It's the
There
least
is-
I could do.
There is no Transformer that's a dog. At least not in this one. And he just kind of... He turns and he looks at all of you and he's like, I need to remember the positive. And he looks right at you, Overload, and he kind of smiles at it. And he's like, yeah, still hurts. Sky kind of stands up because Drift signals her to kind of get up, and he transforms and he lands, and he does almost like a superhero landing, that one arm down to the ground, and he lands and he stands up slowly, and he walks over to Aegis and he goes, we both tried. We didn't fail. We fought as long as we could. We can make mistakes. And he's not doing his surfer dude tone. but we can still be here for each other that are here. And she is at peace. And he reaches down and he kind of scoops up the little one in his hand, and she's right. She's at peace. And it's better than the way she might have gone out. And he looks over to you, Void Striker. I think we all thank you for what you did. It was a better way for her to go out than not being her when she did. You gave her the opportunity to be her when she did go. And he kind of turns around, looks back at Aegis. Besides, we still have a fight to deal with, right? And he kind of looks around at everybody. And and even the little one's like, yeah, we have a fight to do. Attitude. Just, she kind of gives this look, and she pulls an Enertron lollipop out and starts sucking on it. She kind of, Drift puts her back down, and she stands there for a moment, and she's like, waves her hand as she walks away from all of you. Come on. That's all she's doing. She's just waving her hand like, let's go. And he just shakes his head. Does anybody know who she really is? They're all confused. Even Carbine's like, I have no idea. Wavelength's like, she is interesting. Something to analyze later.
I might get up and say I might go back to the lab because Addie did say she wanted something.
Yep. Wavelength turns and she kind of runs up and she transforms and runs up you, literally climbs up you. And Aegis says something to her as she runs away from him, and she stops, and you hear all the claws on the ground stop. And she turns around. She slowly, in her palace cat form, walks back, and you guys all notice this. The others, even Drift, kind of like, oh, they all step back away from him as Wavelength gets closer to him, and she transforms. Now she's shorter than Aegis and Drift and Carbine by at least a foot, so she's short. You think I'm not strong? That I can't fight? And Aegis is like realizing, Void Striker, you suddenly sense fear in Aegis. Or no, Overload. You'll sense fear in Aegis. Like total fear. About as close to the Scraplet fear for a moment.
Gilgamesh is just sitting beside Sky as he's just kind of like side-eyed looking at this. Is like, he already knows there's something unique about the little one. Seeing it firsthand.
Yeah, and Wavelength right now is pissed with Aegis because of what he said in Minicon to her. And she just turns like she's going to walk away. And Aegis kind of like he's taking a deep sigh, like, oh God, I dodged a bullet. She turns around, slugs him. He goes flying across the hangar and into the wall. And literally his wings on his back are imprinted into the wall with him kind of inset into it. And
Wild Coyote style?
Yep. And she kind of just turns back to everybody, and you guys all see this. Carbide and Drift are all like, nope. We are not a part of this.
I'm just gonna say from the other side of the hangar and just go, you just remember she's been on more battlefields than you've ever seen.
And you see her like cock her neck back and forth, and you guys swear you hear a cracking sound when she does it, like, and she like, and she turns, doesn't say a word, and walks away, and then she starts running, and she transforms again back into the Palace Cat and starts running toward you, Void Striker, to catch up. By the way, you have scratch marks in the hangar floor now too.
Nothing that can't be fixed.
Drift kind of comes across, big dude, you might want to go pull your partner out. Because, and he looks at Carbine. I don't think we can pull him out of that. He's literally indented into the wall. I really wanted to throw that in there.
I can tell.
So, Sky's standing there for a moment, and she goes, "Is this a normal thing for mini cons to do?" Kind of puzzled for a moment. Drift is just standing there shaking his head. Carbine's like, "I am not getting in the middle of that." And she kind of transforms back into her caracal form and climbs up you, Gilgamesh, real quick. She literally just hops up you. And she gets up around your neck and she's like, "Nope, I am definitely not getting in the middle of this." Drift turns around. Dudes, it's complicated. Don't make her mad. You can see what happens. She's really strong. And he turns and he goes, "Hey Sky, it was nice hanging out with you for a bit and talking. Thanks." And she's, "Same. It was nice to have a, no offense, little friend to talk to again." And he's like, "No offense taken, dude. Like, we're good." And he kind of does a friendly sign and, I think I'm gonna go maybe do a few things. Maybe I'll go take a flight." And she's like, "Hey, wait, if you're gonna go out, I can't fly. Mind if I tag along when you do?" And he kind of generally just looks at you, Gilgamesh, and looks at her. "Sure, more the merrier, right, dudes?" It's just kind of like, "I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick. I'm kind of feeling a little discharged. I'll see you in a minute." And he walks away. Sky's
He just
standing.
nods as he walks away.
Yeah, Sky's standing there with you, and she's still twirling the feather in her fingers. Slowly, it's just kind of back and forth. And she goes, "He was good to talk to. Not like I didn't want to talk to you, Gilgamesh. It's just she was still my friend, even though I didn't know her very well."
It's not a problem at all. You should honor the good parts of her memory anyway.
Yeah, and she takes her finger and kind of gently runs it along the feathering. You notice it looks soft like a feather, but it instantly hardens back into place like it's a sharp blade. And she takes it, and it's almost like she's got a hair bun or something. And you notice one of the feathers is back there already. She puts the other one in, and it kind of gives her this look like she's got hair, but she has it in a spot, the two feathers up there, and it just gives her a little something different look to her.
Yeah, the hidden feather blades.
Yeah, they're literally
Mm-hmm.
they're like just up there, so they're holding her hair in a place, but she doesn't have hair really. So she kind of looks around. She goes, that what happened here was, is that going to happen again?"
Not if we can help it. We didn't really suspect Artemis would have had some internal programming.
Neither did I.
We should have. Well, I feel a little responsible because I insisted on checking you, and we did catch yours early enough, but I didn't think that Artemis would have also been.
Yeah,
I feel a little to blame for it, but
well, speaking of my scan, I had Felix redo that scan just to be sure. It went faster since he had most of the data, and it went quicker. I don't have anything. It was probably Artemis that caused the.
Her influence on you.
Yeah, she caused it. I had him run it again just to be sure because I didn't know. I feel better that my circuits aren't messed with now, but I still sometimes get this thought in my head that maybe I'm still being influenced somehow, but this seems like all a dream still at times because I'm not in my own universe. I am here and I'm looking at you still. And she kind of reaches down and I know it's not you. And she pulls out what would be you from the other universe. And I still have you with me when I guess I need to start kind of looking forward a little more. Still have your memories, right? But sometimes we gotta go let go. And it's still hard. And she kind of looks around like, and I don't have a memorial really to put him in. Or you. And she kind of, sorry, this is complicated. And she slowly puts it back into her leg compartment where she has you. Or your alternate you. God, this is making me confused.
Well, I'm sure we can. If you want it, we can establish a memorial for, I guess, that version of me. It would seem a bit odd, though, seeing as there would be a memorial for me, but yet I'm still alive. I don't know. We'll think of something, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay for now. I'm still coming to terms with that I'm here and I might not be able to go home. I kind of wonder if I even have a home to go to, if there's anybody from my universe that is alive here that's not trying to kill us. And she kind of gestures everywhere like, great.
Well, one question at a time. Do you have a home? Well, home is where you make it. It can be here, it can be another planet, another galaxy, another universe. Home is wherever you want it to be.
Yeah.
As far as the other questions, well, I wish I had better answers for you there too, but frankly, I don't.
Yeah.
We're
It's
both kind of tied to a pretty surreal situation for the both of us, but the only thing we can do now is, like you said, we have to move forward because what's at stake is becoming too great.
Yeah. We've lost one, and she kind of looks out where Void Striker took Artemis. And we gained one from what I heard. She's not met Tick yet. And she kind of looks around. She goes, we seem to gain more around here. It seems, from what I understand from what Drift was telling me. And we had a long conversation about a lot of things. Very interesting. You have things here that we don't in my universe. Still, it's interesting. He goes, yeah, very interesting. And she
Well,
just,
as I said, so long as you're here, you have a home. Maybe a temporary one, but a home nonetheless.
no, thank you for letting me stay. I hope I'm not going to be a problem. I even had Felix kind of scan just to make sure I didn't have an explosive in me somewhere. She starts touching herself like all over her abdomen and her chest, like no bombs in here. She kind of like, I I had him do that 3 times just to be sure. No bombs.
It's good that you're so cautious, but be a little more confident in yourself. You know yourself. You know who you are. Let that guide you.
She kind of turns to face you, and I need you to make a perception check right now.
Perception.
Let's hope you get a higher number. You do get a
Soft
higher
20.
number. Whew. I was going to say, if you get a
I
low
was-
number,
I
I'm
was-
going to be pissed.
I was waiting.
I'd be pissed too.
I was waiting to do a guidance.
Fucking net
Damn.
one.
I
Speaking
was
of
waiting for that.
Overload, are you still trying to figure out how to get Aegis out of the wall? I forgot. He's still... Did you get him out of the wall? Because the others are like, no, we're not strong enough to
Or are
peel
you
him out.
just letting him learn his lesson the hard way?
Because Wavelength punched him so hard.
I'm not- It was because he said that she wasn't able. Well, he assumed that she wasn't able to defend herself, or she didn't
Yeah,
fight,
kind
right?
of. He gave her an insult in Minicon that was not very nice. And yeah, she is very strong.
I mean, honestly, for a soldier or even a guard, don't assume someone's strength.
He was more or less just
But you're
teasing.
still gonna be that bro and get him out of the wall, are you
No,
not?
well, in Aegis's case, he was only joking with her, but she
Oh.
didn't take it as a joke because she doesn't understand joking. So when she punched him, she thought he was being literal. She doesn't understand jokes.
Yeah, but I'm saying soldier code. Is
Yeah.
Overload not gonna help out his bro?
He's
You see,
kind
the
of...
thing is, with soldier code, it's like, if somebody fucks up, it's their fault, but you don't leave a man behind. So the most
Yeah, so
sit
he
down
took
next to him. He's not leaving him behind. He's just not helping him.
Oh no! Wait, Overload. are
he
you just
took
kind
the
of-
lick. He's already in the wall.
It's gonna be embarrassing.
Would you
enough-
not help the poor man up?
Well, it's embarrassing
Well-
enough he can't get himself out. It's going to be
The
embarrassing.
damage is
more.
done.
Yeah, it's going
I
to
mean,
be more
I
embarrassing
only-
now. He's got to getting peeled out by a bigger bot
I-
than himself.
I only have one question for him, and depending on the answer, I'll probably help him.
You can try and ask him it. He's kind of.
So what did we learn?
Don't joke with Wavelength. She doesn't like jokes.
Walls are very hard.
Walls hurt.
Good enough. I'll just. I guess it's more like fucking like just peeling the tape off of like the.
Yeah, it's
Off the
going to
package.
be. You're literally you start to peel him out.
Just peeling the sticker off of
It's
a
a-
wall.
It sounds painful too. As you start to peel, Overload. Just make a perception check. I want to see if you see it. I would need
What,
to.
did
see.
he leave his
Oh,
paint
no.
job behind?
I just need to see. I need to. I have,
Perception.
oh my god! Yes, it does.
That's not a 19.
Oh,
Guidance.
universe still. Oh my god! Okay,
22.
now you start to peel him off the wall, and you can actually see imprinted his wing detail and everything. Every little part of his back that's in the wall was there. You can see it. It kind of looks pretty as you peel him off, but this looks painful too because he's like, and you get down to
I'm
the
gonna do
last
that
one,
again now, are you?
Yeah. And you're literally
Hey, Void.
you're just literally holding him up. He can't
I've
stand
left
up.
the room a while ago.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, does this cover your insurance?
You can always take a picture and send it to him.
I'm gonna do that. Like, does this cover your insurance?
Only thing I'm going to say is it's right. It'll buff out.
But you're having to hold him up. You're literally holding him up by like the back
Just
of his neck.
just a side by side comparison.
Yeah. Hey, look. But you're literally holding him up. You try to set him down and he just starts collapsing. You're literally going to have to carry him.
What's that movie? What, Friday Night? You got knocked the fuck out!
Yep, he literally did. You do notice a slight dent in his front. uh, and he's just
Yeah.
like, never fight with Kitty again. And he
You're
kind
gonna
of,
need a you're gonna need a healing hand.
yeah. What's the no hand, no hand, just heal. He's kind of,
Dude, he just getting like multiple versions of PTSD at this point.
yeah. He's, he's like,
All right.
I fine, I fine.
Now, this is a question more towards you, Matrix.
Yeah.
How much healing should I use of Lay on Hands to buff out what happened to him?
To buff out the wavelength
Oh,
sprint.
yeah, that's gonna be
Question. I think the better question is, how much HP does he have left?
uh
How much
Like-
can you spend before you need a short rest?
I will
Well,
say
my Lay on
he-
Hands is 5 times my Paladin level, so I can heal up to 45.
But will you get that back on a short rest or a long rest?
Don't worry,
Let me
you'll be
quickly
okay.
check.
It'll be okay either way. So, you're gonna need about 40 to stay.
Okay, so that was my previous limit.
I was gonna say it's gonna be about 40. Can you handle that? Otherwise, you can heal him up the best you can. He can handle the rest
Yeah,
himself,
so
but he's still messed
40,
up.
so womp.
As
I'm
you
down
do,
to 5.
yeah, you do this, and Aegis is he's dazed still, so he's just like, don't fight with Kitty
with this-
again.
With
That's all
this 5 healing, I can stabilize one person.
He just kind of stumbles around a little bit, like,
Can you stabilize Aegis's ego? It definitely took a hit.
No,
you could just see
that is
him
something
like,
that cannot be healed.
you could tell things are kind of slightly coming back to normal a little bit, but Aegis is kind of stumbling around a little bit, like, no fighting with Kitty, no, wall hurt,
You
no
got
hurt.
donked.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the lounge. Forget this. I'm going to the kitchen and get something to eat.
The
and drink.
sky is very hard.
Yeah. He walks
Did
off.
anybody get the number of the station that hit him?
Yeah. He walks off away from you, Overlord, and he looks a little drunk. He kind of looks like Jack Sparrow walking a little bit as he walks away from you.
I can cure that.
Let's the restoration. Let's go.
I can cure one status effect with 5 healing.
Oh no!
I can cure that.
The question is, do you want to?
Yeah, you can let him suffer. You can let him learn a lesson from it. He's already like regretting what he did, and he's like, "Do not joke with Kitty. She do not like jokes." And he's just kind of like, "Woo." I'm like, that hurt. He's like, I hurt. I'm good. I'm just going. And he keeps walking across the hangar. He finally gets to the door and he leans against the door and he's like, shakes his head. And you know he's feeling it. And you see him stumble through the doorway and walk on.
He's feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, but now, Gilgamesh, your perception. You notice something's a little different with Sky now.
You mean aside from the feathers?
Mm-hmm. On her
What
chest,
is it?
you notice there's something that was there before, but then was gone and now is back, but it's different color.
Her symbol?
Uh-huh.
What does it look like now?
It's a cyan green.
Total power.
Damn it.
Heroes in a half show.
Yes.
Total power.
And she doesn't really know. She hasn't noticed it yet, really. She doesn't realize her and Drift were talking so much that they became closer that he's, in a sense, in her partner now, and he hasn't said anything to her. He's just like, nope, I'm here if you need me. But she doesn't know that. She's not paying attention that she has this symbol now. So you notice it. She hasn't even noticed it on herself yet. Because she's been distracted with Artemis.
So he's just gonna kind of gesture lightly, just like kind of pointing his chin a little bit. So like,
And she's
it's
like,
an interesting symbol that you have.
symbol? What? No, Artemis. What are you talking about? And she like,
Look.
and she starts touching. If the symbol sits right up above on her middle of her chest, and she's like, well, that's sneaky. He's actually a sweet bot. And she kind of rubs it gently. And she kind of, no wonder it felt familiar to be sitting on him and just sitting there with him. He literally just kind of let me float on him and just sit there. And we just talked. And he kind of did offer up to be my partner. I said, sure, why not? Thought he was joking. Huh. And you notice she starts to cry a little bit. And a little bit of energon tears start to run. And she's not letting like she's not even breaking, but the tears do run down a little bit. And she goes, I still have her. And she reaches up and touches one of the feathers lightly. Still have her close though. And she
Gilgamesh will kind of move a little bit closer, and he'll kind of reach over and take her hand. You might have lost someone you didn't really know, and seemed like your only friend at the time, but you've gained a lot more since then.
Yeah, I have. Glad you're here. Or you've been here. You know what I mean. He's really confused because she's like, it's still confusing to say it this way. It's really good to talk to you. And it's also good to have others that I can trust. And it's the first time you actually hear her saying these words like, I trust you guys. And she's kind of like, it's. And Overlord, you're still in the hangar, right? You're actually not too far away, I think.
I mean, I probably would have.
Or did you follow Aegis?
I was gonna say I probably went to them after peeling Aegis off.
Okay, so good. I was gonna say, I'm like, she kind of looks over at you, Overload, and it really is good to be able to trust. And she kind of reaches out and touches your arm. I'm really glad you guys are here, and I'm glad I found you, or we found you at the time. I may be stuck here, but I'm not stuck. Maybe I'm meant to be here. Oh, excuse me, I'm losing my voice now.
Maybe
Damn,
so.
Sky.
Yeah, she's like, as you guys are sitting out there, the doors open to the hangar down at near where you guys would normally come in and out. You see Addie walk out, and Tick is walking with her, and you notice Tick looks a little different now. Gilgamesh, when you saw her, she was beat up, scuffed up, and what you guys were told of Tick's mark in her chest, you notice as she gets closer, you guys don't need to roll perception because you can see her clearly. She's a little more buffed up. She's brighter colors. She doesn't hardly have a scratch on her. And there's a symbol on her chest, but it's not Autobot Decepticon. It's like a united symbol in a sense of like a science in a sense in her mind. She wanted this symbol. This is what Addie had, and she liked it, so she put it on her. It really doesn't represent too much. It just means, hey, I'm a scientist. I don't want to be this fighter. I really don't do that stuff. And she's walking alongside Addie, but she's staying close. And you notice Addie is the Tick is holding Addie's hand, and they start coming out, and she's like, you see Tick is looking all around, and she sees Phoenix, and she kind of jumps up and down like a little kid looking at it, like this is a big ship, and you could kind of hear her echoing voice because the hangar's huge, and Tick is like excited, and Addie's pointing stuff out, and then Tick turns and sees all of you, and she starts waving at you, Overload and Gilgamesh. She waves at you guys more friendly like. She kind of shies away, and then her optics go instantly wide. And she's just staring.
Staring at what? Exactly.
Addie kind of leans down and she does her hand in front of her face, and she kind of like, what are you looking at? She's trying to figure it out. And she looks kind of in the general direction. She's looking at you guys. And she's like, Overload's just a big bot. He's a big friendly guy. He's okay. It's okay. And she kind of gets in front of her, and you notice the Tick kind of leans around, and her optics are still wide, and she's just staring at the three of you. You guys are good 40 feet from each other at this point. And she's just standing there, and she's kind of shaking a little bit. You guys can actually hear her rattle a little bit. And you hear Addie, I thought we got the rattling out. Because literally she's been beat up so much that she rattled. And she goes, hey, what's going on? You gotta talk, because I can't help you if you don't say something. Is your audio receptor offline? Can you hear me? And she turns around. We were doing fine. And Tick kind of point. Doesn't say anything. Her optics are wide. And
I kind of have a feeling who they're pointing at.
And you two realize she's not pointing at either one of you. And Sky's like, she's looking confused. What? Me? And Tick is just pointing. She's not saying a word. Sky goes. Sky kind of looks like, did I do something? She's really confused. She doesn't know what's going on. She goes, is this the new bot? Because she hasn't met her yet. Like, is this the new bot that came in? Is she okay? And she's like whispering to both of you.
I'm not really sure. Tick.
And she's not saying anything. She's just staring optics wide and pointing. Addie's just like, I'm kind of at a loss. And Addie kind of gets on her comms, and she goes, she's calling you, Void Striker, like, I need to talk to you now. Void Striker! Are you there?
Yes.
There you are. Addie's calling you.
Yeah.
And she goes,
You mean somebody I would have walked into because I went to the lab?
yeah, well, they came out
They're
of
in
the
the
lab.
hangar.
Yeah, they're in the hangar now. They went for a bit of a walk because Addie adapted her with new armor plating, and she looks better. She's buffed up.
Alright, I'll come back to the hangar then.
She calls you and she's like, you need to get out here. We need some help. You come out. You're at the other side of the hangar. They're over by Phoenix, closer to the hangar side door. And Gilgamesh, Overload, and Sky are standing there, and all the little one, all Tick is doing is pointing at her, Sky, and her optics are wide, and she's not saying anything, but she's rattling in fear. And Addie's like, I can't get her to stop shaking. I don't know what's going on. She won't say anything.
I'm gonna come over and kneel next to Tick.
You lean down. You notice she's not hasn't responded to even your motion coming up next to her. She immediately kind of shuffles around and gets behind you while you're kneeled, and she's literally kind of under you and looking optics wide and still pointing around your leg, like kind of around your kneed leg. How to describe that one? Like, and Addie's like, "What, Tick? What's going on?" She's trying to get her to talk. She's not saying a word,
I'm just gonna put my hand up to stop Addie.
and she's kind of like, "You got this."
Tick, just like you. Sky was hurt by Shockwave. Against her will.
Tick kind of lowers her hand, and still she has her arms wrapped around your leg now, and you could feel her grip is tight, and she kind of looks up at you somewhat, and Sky, that's her name.
The name she's told us. If that's her real name or not, it doesn't matter. It's what we call her.
She was one of his projects.
Now she's free of him, just like you are.
So she not gonna hurt me, right? And you notice
No.
her speech suddenly changes real quick to.
I'm going to just look at her and just go. She's hurting herself as I point towards my spark chamber in here. She just lost her friend.
The other project. The one, and she gestures with her arms. She lets go of your leg, and she does like a flapping motion.
Yes. Artemis.
I don't know much about that project, but I know it was really, really bad. And she got hurt because I know some of the stuff that happened to her.
Artemis isn't here any longer, and Sky. I'm just gonna look over at Sky, then back down to Tick. Could use some help getting over her pain. She won't hurt you. In fact, she'll probably appreciate you being here. Being as somebody who escaped Shockwave as well. She'll probably try and be your friend.
Sky's hearing all this, and she takes a few steps forward slowly and just carefully, and she keeps her hands up. I'm just a friend. I'm not gonna hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone. Not unless they're gonna try and hurt us. And you see Tick kind of scramble back around a little bit, and she kind of pokes her head out from behind your leg, and Sky approaches a little closer, but she kneels down. She gets down onto both knees and sits back, and see, I am a friend. I'm not going to do anything. And Tick just stands there and looks up at you, looks at Addie, and then she kind of steps out very cautiously, and she does that sliding footstep like she's going to get closer and closer. And Sky is very patient. She's keeping her hands clear, and she slowly maneuvers them like, I'm not going to hurt you. And she puts her hands out, and you see this little bot shaking, and before she even touches her, she kind of, you look like your scans, but you look prettier with color. And you see this little bot's like tweaking her fingers, like she's twisting one of them a bit back and forth, really nervous like. This guy kind of giggles a little bit. It's like, thank you. Not my choice.
At this point, I'm gonna go Sky, Tick, Sky. Sky, Tick escaped from Shockwave or was abandoned. The details don't matter. She's here now.
It's nice to meet you, Tick. And she really, you see this very cordial, very soft, and she's like, keeps her hands out, and Tick slowly comes up and puts her hands in one of Sky's, and Sky relaxes her other hand. Tick kind of jumps a little bit. It's like, and she's like, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. She goes, she puts her other hand back down, see, and Tick kind of feels her fingers. You were different from the last time I saw you. And she points. You're like, and she leans around Sky and points toward you, Gilgamesh, like him. But you not here. You, and Tick kind of steps back and she goes, your original form, and she suddenly projects up a 3D image. And she goes, you were more like this before. Sky goes, yes, that was me before. How are you doing this? Because she's puzzled because not all can just project it off of themselves like she did. Shockwave experimented on me too. I can do some stuff, but nothing like fighting. Mostly experimental. And you can see she's kind of nervous talking about it. She goes, I'm not supposed to talk about this stuff though. Sky kind of like, yeah, that was me before. She kind of, he notices it and changes the subject back. What else do you have on me? Well, you were supposed to be manipulated, controlled to go after, and she leans back around him to get something. It didn't say, it just said a key. And this guy kind of looks back at you, Gilgamesh, and overloads. Key? I don't know of any key. Well, I'm not sure. It was not all in the file. It said project, and that was it. It was referring to the other project that you called Artemis, and you kind of see the guy kind of flinch at the name a little bit, like, yeah.
The key might be a map artifact that we recovered some time ago.
And you see Tick kind of lean around, and she kind of steps around Sky a little bit, still holding onto her hand. Like, she's literally like holding onto it like a little kid, just holding.
Gilgamesh will kneel down a little bit so he's not just looking straight down at her.
Tick kind of lets go of Sky's hand, and she approaches you, not feared of you as much now. She is. You notice she's not twisting her fingers now as much. He didn't put in the file what the key was or anything. He just said key, and it was to unlock some power source or open up a power source. His encryption was weird. That's all I can really read, is understanding that it did something with a power source or opened a power source. And she projects up some of the information, and again, she's doing it without even, because she's starting to get more and more comfortable. She's starting to project things so you can see them. And she goes, yeah, like this, something to do with it fits into some kind of socket, or you're supposed to. I didn't understand it. It was vague in some spaces, but it makes some sense, right? And she kind of starts changing her demeanor, and she starts thinking, well,
it's hard to say. We have been hesitant to go to the destination the map is providing because Soundwave is most likely going to follow us, and it'd be a huge problem.
Yes, he did. I wasn't supposed to listen, but I did listen to this. He was trying to put trackers on each one of you, but that failed. I'm glad it did. And then you suddenly see her turn towards Sky. You know, you're really pretty. And you swear you're seeing Sky kind of blush a little bit from that. And she kind of chuckles a little bit, like, thank you, Dick. But this key and all this stuff, Tick, what does he need the, like, where does the key go? She goes, shrugs her shoulders. I don't know. Doesn't say in the files that I found. And I don't have all of them. I wasn't allowed.
We know where it goes.
Oh, interesting.
Or rather, we know where it points to. As I said, we haven't gone there yet because of sound wave being a problem. Or shockwave, excuse me.
Yeah, understood. I just let it fly. Tick is standing there and she's looking around and she sees Overload. She really hasn't met Overload too much. Like, she's seen you, but she hasn't like talked to you at all because you're a big bot. You can't miss you like Void Striker. You're big bots.
Mm-hmm.
So she kind of looks around you, Gilgamesh, and you're a big bot. Like him. And she points back at Void Striker. She's just like, this is interesting. There's so many bots here. And you're all nice. And she touches Sky's arm again lightly. And it's nice to have nice ones who are not going to kick me or throw me. I hate being thrown. And Addie, you see Addie walk up, and nobody's going to throw you here. Not like that. If we did, we'd be playing, and we wouldn't be hurting you. There's a difference here. She's trying to really explain things. She looks up. It's a lot of detail, somewhat logic with teachings. She kind of like just rolls her optics. Like, sometimes can be complicated with her, but she's doing okay. And Tick kind of turns around and smiles, like, and she touches your arm, Gilgamesh, and she goes, "You're a nice bot too. Kind of scary, but nice."
Thank you.
And she just grins at you a little bit, like, "You're welcome." And she goes, and she turns back to Sky, "Still pretty bot." And then she turns to Addie, "Can we go get something to eat again? I'm hungry." And Addie kind of like, "Yeah, okay, let's go get to eat." And you notice this little bot is like progressing and becoming a little more and more because of your interactions with her. She's starting to come out more and she's doing a bit more. Sky's still kneeled down and she goes, "At least I'm not scary." She kind of stands up, giggling.
Well, I've spent lifetimes trying to kind of build this persona, I guess.
And here I am trying to build a persona, and I can't even do it because, well, I'm pretty. She's teasing you at this point, like, "Yeah, scary one. You're still soft inside."
It's
though,
the
I know."
prettiest ones that can be the deadliest.
Oh, you can bet that. And she taps on you, but you're still soft. I know you are. Even though you're in this universe, I know who you are. And she taps on you and walks away. Besides that, I'm kind of hungry myself. And she walks off.
Carbine's still with me, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Carbine's
Okay.
just sitting there listening to all this. She's just kind of like, "I'm just resting here charging, but that was interesting."
Carbine, do you think we should go to where the map leads?
She gets up. You notice she's a little firmer about things, and she goes, "I think where that's going to lead us is to where he is." and it's going to be a fight. And she's dead serious. And you guys can hear her talking out loud. She's not holding back. If you're all planning to go, I will go with you, and I know where that map leads. And if it goes back to where I think it does, and it shows it does, we're going to need all those forces to come and help. You get a
Do you think we're ready?
Well, we have the forces. We have. Well, did you guys do that thing? And she even knows what's going on. And she goes, if you did, we should be fine. And plus, you also have that down there. How are you three doing? You still have the Dark Star Saber on you. Also known as Cosmic Saber. There you go. I think we're ready. Or just about. As long as we don't have any hiccups, right? Problems? Glitches? Lots of words.
Unforeseen possession.
Yes, that one. And she kind of jumps over to you, Overload, and she goes, yes, that. And she kind of goes around your shoulders a few times. And she jumps back over to you, Gilgamesh, and she's like,
Well, are there any holes in the defense that we can shore up before we go? Any ideas?
well, if we can get closer, we can get some scans, maybe. Might be able to ask Prometheus and Ash to help us with that. We might be able to space bridge to them and get closer. Because they're still floating out there close by, but they're keeping their distance. Oh, sorry. God.
What would we stand to gain if we were to go after the station, do you think?
Well, if readings are showing anything, that might be something we need to look at. But we need to do a bit of long-range scan. It would be better if we got closer, but from what the readouts that Prometheus and Ash have found, that there are regular patrols around.
We have Kiara looking into it a little bit further, and hopefully she can dig up some more information. Maybe we can sneak in quietly somehow through supply ships, or I don't know. We can figure out a method of infiltration just as soon as we get more information. But I guess I'm just more concerned which direction we should really be going.
Well, he wants the weapon. And then this key.
We've been holding it the whole time.
It was a map. I never knew it was a key. I don't think even Nyx knew it was a key.
Whether she did or didn't know really doesn't matter now.
Yes.
Important thing is we have it, but question is, what do we even use it for? It's unlocking some sort of power source. And we're literally going to have an army come down right on top of it. Frankly, I almost feel inclined just to chuck the damn thing into space and just be done with it, but...
Well, we kind of need it, just in case. And I have those funny glass things that you wear. They give us weird lines and other things because I have them. And as she's speaking, you suddenly hear Varish, we have an emergency space bridge here. You guys might want to arm up. Do you want me to allow it? It's friendly, it says, but I'm not sure. Wait, I know who it is. Opening space bridge. It's not big. You notice the space bridge opens, but it's a tiny opening. It's not very big. And even Carbine's like, what's going on? Kind of confused. Something shoots through it and hits the hangar floor and skids along it pretty far. Like, right...
Can I attempt to stop it as it's skidding?
Yeah, please do. What to have you roll for that one? Strength or dexterity? Because you got to catch it.
Considering what I'm saying, I'm in direct line of where
Yeah.
it would open anyway.
Yeah, you literally.
So would it be strength more than dexterity?
Do strength. Because, yeah, you are in line. Because I'm like, you're technically really close. So yeah, just roll. Nice. You lean down and you can see this thing scratching, but you can't see it. You just know it's sliding across the floor, causing sparks. And it's not very big. You feel something land into your hands, and the space bridge instantly closes up as a shot comes through past you guys. And as you pick this thing up, it's not very big. You know it's bigger than, like, say you're holding Wavelength, or even like Carbine or Aegis, or even Drift. You know it's a bit bigger than that. But you can't see it fully. You can just... you feel it. You're holding this thing, but you cannot see it. You guys want to make perception checks to see if you can notice anything?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm with Dave there.
Okay, go ahead and roll perceptions.
Woo.
Natural
Holy
20.
shit. Okay. So.
I can
You-
Void Striker's holding something, right?
Yep. Gilgamesh, you immediately know what he's holding. And you can tell this is Nyx. You guys were just talking about her. And you can see some sparking, but you can't see her. It's like she's reflecting or bending the light around her. And she hasn't come out of it yet. Like, she hasn't come out of the cloaking that she has. But she's bending light. But you can see sparks here and there.
I'm just gonna call out, it's Nyx.
You guys, Void Striker, you can't see her. You know you're holding her now, but you can't see her.
Well, considering the situation, how she just came in, I'm immediately going to send a Wavelength to go get Felix.
Wavelength, was she with you when you came back into the hangar, or was she in the lab?
Yeah.
Okay, so she runs off. She's like, yes. And she runs off real quick, and you could see this little tubby little cat running, and she's moving pretty fast. Felix comes running back out through the door, and he's like looking around, and he's like, is something wrong with your hand, Void Striker?
Potential medical emergency.
Oh, all right. Well, it's kind of hard to see the patient if you're holding them.
I'm gonna just look towards Gilgamesh. I'm assuming Carbines are like on his shoulder, around her neck.
She's concerned because she's not coming out of her cloaking.
I'm trying to think. Is there a way I can maybe break her cloak, or if there's something I can do?
Carbine hops off your shoulder.
Can I use Dispel Magic on this cloak?
Yeah, we would call it something else, but that'll work too. Because you're in a sense you're gonna deactivate it, and since she is unconscious in a sense, she's not gonna resist you in any way. There's no need to even try and save against it if it were. She decloaks, and you immediately hear Felix, "Oh God, this is bad. By the primes, this is really bad." You see her wings. One of her wings is almost like decimated. The other is singed and broke. Her body looks a mess.
I'm immediately gonna look at Felix. Get the table ready. I'm on my way.
Yep, get her to medical right now.
Yeah, and so Felix is like, "Go, go, go!" And he's like, "You guys move faster than I do." And he's running after her. He's like,
On
"Just
my
get her to
way
the back."
past, I'm gonna scoop him up with my free hand.
He's like, "Oh, okay, we're going for a ride. All right." And he goes, "While you're doing this," and he pulls out a scanner and he immediately is fully scanning her while you're running. He goes, "Not the greatest scan, but right now we need to do something." Carbine's like, "Oh God, is she gonna? Not another one, please, not another one." And Wavelength's like, "I just got here." And Void Striker, you suddenly feel this thinking feeling, and it's not you, it's her, Wavelength, and
I'm just gonna yell out wavelength combine with me. Not
she,
power link, normal combine.
she just jumps up and climbs up onto you, and she goes, she's really not focused. You know she's starting to break, and she's just, you can hear her crying, and now she's just losing it. She's just gone at this point.
I'm just gonna click in front of wavelength. Wavelength, stay with me. I know this is hard.
Yes, yes, I will try. And she's just really trying, and she just sits there as you run along. You guys get to the medical bay, and you kind of hear everybody out in the lounge kind of come in through the door. You see Sky, you see everybody else, even Tick's kind of like, who's this? What's going on? And Addie has to explain to her it's another mini con, and you can hear it. Right now it's a big emergency. We need to stay out of the way. And she's like, "Oh, okay. I hope she's okay." And you can see Sky. What's going on? She's standing away.
The moment we're in the med bay and she's on the table, or a vitality.
You can see she's still in her owl form, and you see Sky kind of just it's almost like her lighting just dims down, like, Artemis? And it's just suddenly it's like, no, it's not Artemis. Who is this? And she's looking around for an answer from somebody. Who is this? I know of these names, but who is this? As you're starting the repairs, oh, you two, stop it. Dogs. Somebody's coming home.
Yep.
And so,
do you want me to roll like medical net? Because I'm going to be doing
please
proper
do.
medical procedures on top of our vitality.
Oh, yes, because she is severely injured. Like, she is
definitely at doing that to this, considering it is Nyx.
So, you do that. You start to see the repairs start to happen. It's going to take a long time for her heal. She's not going to be able to transform right now. So she's still in her owl form. Her head, you can tell she's taken a few shots, and they're bad. Felix is leaning over the other side of the table, and he looks. Spark chamber's intact, and her vital systems seem, and you can tell he's running scans deeply and quickly as he can, and you can see them coming up on the screen. Memory modules in place. System circulation is not great. And he reaches over into a cabinet and he pulls out an energon cube and he literally jacks it into her too to boost her up as well. And he's like, we got to keep the energon flowing.
Gilgamesh, can you message Aegis? We're gonna need him as well. What we've got here won't be enough. I would say Overload, but in character, I don't know Overload has Aura Vitality and stuff like that.
I don't know. Do you? Oh yeah.
He's never used it in front of me, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's because
It's
Aegis
new.
has
actually,
it.
yeah, I was gonna say, considering I would assume I would be there. So if anything, seeing the drastic case of it, I will go ahead and unleash a newfound power that I have not felt before. Casting forth or vitality.
2 Aura Vitalities on the same
That's gonna double
target.
up,
Let's
man.
go.
I won't
Oh
allow
my
this to.
god.
You see Aegis kind of stumble in a bit. He's like, no. And he falls to his knees. Sky kind of standing there next to him, and she kind of leans down and grabs hold. She'll be okay. She'll be okay. Is this Nyx? And he's like shaking his head. Yeah, she's one of our elders. And you can hear them talking briefly. And she kind of picks him up and holds him up. Now, he's not light, but she picks him up, holds him up in the
Oh,
air.
didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to
Oh,
see
no,
what it
he's
is.
going to restore him.
I mean, it works too, because if that was the one that I think it is, which it is, I was going to use it on him.
You notice in her talons, it looks like she has attacked something. It's got that purpley hue to it. And Carbine, like, notices this and hops down to the table, and she kind of uses her tentacle arms and grabs it and pulls it out. And she looks at it. She goes, and you could tell she's scanning this even with her own. And she looks at this. Well, this was a piece of one of them. And she looks at it and she kind of holds it up to the rest of you. She took a chunk out of somebody.
If you want to scan it more, go to the lab. Micron's there, he can help you.
Wavelength kind of grabs it. I'll take care of it. And her voice is wavering all over the place. You feel Void Striker, her emotions are just, she's trying to avoid it, so she's just going to do it. And she grabs it and runs off. And you know she's not doing well, but she's got to do something, so she's just doing that. Carbine kind of sits back and it's like, is she going to be okay? She's pretty bad shape.
Wavelength doesn't understand her emotions, and as for you, Nyx, with us here, we should be able to fix it.
Yeah. You guys got her. Hey, Gilgamesh, I'm gonna go check on Wavelength. I know she's logical.
Yeah, go help her out, and then if you need anything from me, just let me know.
And kind of just hops off and runs after. And Nyx is in pretty bad shape. You see her wing is not even repairing yet. It's trying to, because it's in such bad shape. She's laying there for a moment, and you see her head slightly move, and one optic opens, and you notice the other one slightly opens. It's cracked. And
upon seeing this, I'm going to basically put all my energy on into fixing it. So what Voidrag would deem not necessary gets depowered on myself.
You do this, and you can see repairs are happening a bit faster now, but she's going to be in bad shape for a bit. Felix is like, this is going to take a while. We're going to have to just keep her on this, keep her running. I can fix some of the damage. I don't know Minicon as well, so Drift comes flying in, like literally in his turtle form, and he flips and lands on the end of the table. And he stands up and he goes, I can help. And
the moment Drift lands, I'm going to stream him an instant update of the shit we've done and what we're currently doing.
And he instantly gets to work on parts of her that need to be fixed. And he kind of tells Felix, this is what we need to do here. This is what you can hear him talking to him, just like he's helping him to learn this stuff. And he goes, okay, keep that held there, and this is what we're going to put here. And you can see him going to town on repairing her arms and legs. And you notice a few of her talons are bent, one is broken, and she just looks a mess. She doesn't have
This
that.
is going to be a point where Void Striker absolutely regrets the fact that he doesn't have his Omni T-Cog at the moment.
And uh, speaking of that, Addie comes in a little closer, and she kind of looks and she goes, "This is a really bad shape." And Tick is like right there next to her, and she kind of lifts her up to see her, and she goes, "Yeah, this is Nyx. She's one of our minicon friends. That's an older one." And Tick is like, "Oh," and you hear these things going on all around you. Get Void Striker, and you can see Nyx is in really bad shape though. Like you see how bad she is. She shouldn't technically be online, but somehow she is.
So, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really don't have anything for heals, but if I were to give Void Striker and Drift haste, would it help them in any way to get Nyx in better shape faster?
It will help to build her faster, like rebuild her faster. Blah, blah.
Okay.
Talk.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast haste, and I'm going to use my meta magic twin spell, and I'm going to use 3 sorcery points because it is level 3, and I'm going to also cast it on Drift.
All right, so that increases it. You notice her left wing that's been pretty singed up and damaged. You notice that the wing starts to heal up and repair.
I have some visual context to add because I've been hasted. It's something that, because everybody's basically watching this situation would see, is Void Strike is trying to morph his bodies in a way it can't go because he's basically trying to do what he would like to do, but his body isn't an Omni Changer anymore. So it looks like his body's trying to shift in ways, but it's just not.
You see all this. You hear the little one beeping down below, like she wants to get up. And she's trying to, because she's so small, she can't just jump up there. She has to have a way to climb up or step up. And she's like, I want up. I need up. And
Is she like tapping my leg, or is she like trying to do anything to get my attention?
She's literally just kind of jumping up because she's panicked. She's not thinking about that. And you can see her, Gilgamesh. She's right down there.
Okay, well, if I see her, then I'm gonna just like reach down, just kind of pick her up and set her on the table.
She climbs up and she starts kind of like she's not getting in your way, Void Striker. She's trying not to, but she kind of puts her hands on her torso, and she kind of like she's trying to pet it, and she's freaking out a little bit. She's panicked right now. Let me see. Is it this one? Hang on. Nope, not that one. Sorry. It's this one. Okay, hang on. I had to make sure which one it was. I was like, crap, I thought it was this one. So you see the little one sitting there for a moment, and she sits back and she kind of looks over at you, Gilgamesh, and you can see the little tears running down her face. Even Kiara has come in and has seen this, and she's standing back away from everything, seeing all this, and all you hear is "oh no" from Kiara behind you guys. Like, not another. Again, it's that not another.
She's alive, but she's pretty beat up. It's gonna take some time, but she will recover.
The healing is going a lot faster, but Nyx is still in that bad shape state. Her optic, she can barely open the one, it's still slightly cracked. Her other optic kind of flickers on and off with it as well, so it's like she's there but she's not. And the
Kind
little
of like the Mass Effect 2 opening where you wake up mid-surgery, Shepard.
yeah,
Well, you
just
have
about.
no clue what the fuck's going on, you're semi there.
Yeah, it literally is semi there.
I told you to run the numbers again.
Yeah, literally. Why is it doing that? Stop. There. Not supposed to be at the beginning of that anyway. The little one kind of turns and sits down, but she pulls out her instrument. She's playing something very quiet because she doesn't know what to do. So she's really just scared. You guys start to see something happen. She starts glowing. And this energy starts to come out around her. And you guys actually all feel it, and it radiates outward. Void Striker, you feel more charged up. And you notice all the repairs start to go really quick. Drift kind of reaches around to his back where the healing is still going on from where he was stabbed, and he looks at the little one. How? And that's all you hear from him. No surfer dude, just... And even Kiara goes, what? What is going on here? And it's like a soft golden glow you're all enveloped in. Any injuries, all your spell slots, everything get fully recharged. Nyx, her wing that was really badly damaged, starts to rebuild itself. She feels a little better, and she starts to blink, and you notice her one optic starts to like heal up. You notice the damage is going away, and she starts to blink. Ow, I am here. I made it. Really tired though. And she kind of blinks her big owl eyes, and the little one is sitting there finishing this little thing. And Nyx, her entire body is healing up. You see her one wing that was completely gone is now completely repaired. And she's laying there, and she transforms into her bot form. The little one kind of sits there. She doesn't move. And she falls over.
I'm going to return all my power back to where it should be going.
Nyx kind of blinks a few times, and you see her beautiful feathers, everything, and she kind of lays there. Still feel really tired, but I found some information. I found home. It's bad. Carbine immediately, Nyx, what do you mean it's bad? What do you mean wait, you went there? Nyx is kind of in and out still. She's still, in a sense, recovering. She's really tired. She flips up, take this, and it's like a little data chip. Looks like a USB drive almost. And she kind of holds it up. Take this. And her hand drops with it in her hand, and it kind of falls onto the table. And she kind of just
I'll pick it up.
offlines for a bit. She just needs to recharge. Felix is like, she's fully repaired, but she's still low. Even with... And he goes, oh, wait, the little one. And he leans over the table to see this little bot passed out.
Oh, speaking of passed out, has a minute passed already?
Just about. You could say it's
Okay,
over
so
with if you want.
when haste ends, both Void Striker and Drift are gonna feel a wave of lethargy as they cannot move or take actions until after its next turn. So they're gonna drop to the floor in exhaustion.
So you're gonna really hear the giant thud as just Void Striker drops to one knee.
And you hear Addie, oh, no. She runs over to you right away, Void Striker. Well, you still did something good, you big dummy. And even Tick's like, are you okay? And she's like literally on you.
Does Addie want to roll strength save for when Void Striker passes out?
She's going to have to. She wasn't there to fully catch you, so you're on the floor, but you're falling kind of backwards. So, let's see. I can roll for her, and I'm just going to do this. Oh my god! The only time I get to roll.
I don't think my guys can help that.
Yeah. Boom! She gets over to you, and she's like, nope.
I got you. I don't got you.
No, it's that moment where she's like, she's reaching out to grab you, but you fall like on the other side of her.
Yeah. Oops. Even Tick's
like she completely misses catching you.
She just kind of sits next to your head after that. She goes, sorry, I didn't catch you. I don't think I could catch you anyway. So she's sitting there. In Drift, he starts to kind of tumble backwards, but Felix is right next to him. And he kind of grabs him. He's like, whoa. And he kind of scoops him up. Can somebody take care of him? I've got this one to deal with for the moment. He just needs to rest for a moment. And Sky immediately just kind of sets Aegis down, and she comes over immediately, takes Drift, and you notice the coloring shoots across her. From the purple to the greens, everything kind of shoots where she's holding him, and she walks over and kind of lays him down on one of the other beds. Past Void Striker, because she has to step over him, kind of. And she's like, just rest. You'll be fine here. I'm right here, too. And he's like, take care of her. She kind of like zones out. Felix scans over Nyx. He does another scan again just to be sure. Yeah, she's fully repaired, but what about this one? And he points to the little one who is small, and Carbine kind of like, I've got her. And she picks her up since she's so small. She cradles her because she's in her bot form now, and she's like, I think she just needs a little bit of recharge time. And she should be okay. Again. No problem.
Yeah, let's get her to a recharge bed, or I guess whatever the minicon equivalent would be.
Well, and she goes, well, the little one is a little different. And Felix is like, well, there's another bed over there if you want to put her on it and try it. Carbine takes her over and lays her down on it, and she looks at the monitor, and immediately she starts taking a charge. She goes, it's unusual that she can do it. And she goes, that's all right. As long as she's charging, I'll kind of sit up here. Wavelength has come back at this time, and she walks through the door. I go away for a moment, and more than one goes down? What happened?
Oh, no, they're just passed out.
She just shakes her...
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
She just shakes her head, and her little ears on top of her head shake around a little bit like...
They'll wake up. It's fine.
She goes, I know. Whatever. They're fine, right? Okay. But what about Nyx? And you notice she's back to
Well,
wavelength self for right now.
she was hurt pretty badly, but she's gonna recover. She just needs to rest now.
Okay, well, um, who's gonna pick him up? Or is he gonna just lay there on the floor? And she's looking down at Oyster.
Imagine how long I'm
Gi-
gonna be
give
unconscious
give
for.
him a minute. He'll power back up.
Hmm. He should take a rest once in a while, though. And Eddie's like,
The lethargy only lasts one turn, so it like.
she's just like, he needs to rest because he works too much. But Addie's like, yeah, he'll be fine. And with that, Void Striker, you come back online first, and Addie's sitting over you, really worried, and you see somebody sitting on your chest, and it's Tick, and she's looking down at you. Are you okay? She's like literally just sitting on you. It's like,
Just gonna do a quick sweep myself and then just go, I'm operational.
oh, okay. And she hops off, he slides off so you can get up. And Addie's like,
I'll
don't
get
do that again. Drift is over in this in the bed, and he's actually snoring. And you see Sky kind of turn back. He's back online, isn't he?
Kiara's in the room, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm gonna toss her the USB in the export.
She catches it with the side that was injured, and she goes. She looks at her arm, and she looks at her back down. What happened? Because I am, and she holds up her arm away from her side. I'm completely
It's a
healed up.
problem we can
No,
get to the bottom of later.
she goes, I'm healed up. Like, completely. I feel great. Drift kind of opens one eye and he stops fake snoring. He goes, yeah, actually. And he sits up too. I don't feel too bad either. And even Sky notices your scarring is gone. The mark where you were. And he's like, yeah, I don't feel anything. It doesn't hurt.
I think the little one might have healed everyone.
And she looks
And I do
over,
mean everyone in proximity.
yeah, you can see even Aegis. He goes, even I feel better. Like, I feel no effects from getting hit. And he looks at Wavelength and kind of shies away like, nope, I don't want to do that again. And he goes, but I feel fine. And they're literally, what did she do? She's a tiny thing. How much power
I have a
does
few
she
hypotheses, but I don't have enough information to go on.
Yeah, Kiara kind of looks at the data chip. She goes, I'm going to take a look at what Nyx brought back. She pulls out her tablet and plugs it in. And she pulls up, oh, it's a video file. And she goes, guys, and she snaps the screen and it hits all the monitors in the room. And she goes, you guys all see this. Everyone in the room sees it. She is close to this planet. It's the planet. It's Minicon. It's the planet. But there is this huge, massive station. It is literally kind of attached at a point on it. And you can tell there's a lot of activity around, and she's trying to be very stealthy. Gilgamesh, you would recognize this kind of movements and stuff. She's trying to be very subtle, very quiet. She's trying to avoid close areas. And you can see this huge station, and you hear her voice coming, recording. I may not survive this, but if need be, I will just become a pod myself and shoot myself back in the direction of you guys, even if I get offline. and you could tell she's stressed out by her voice. Like, this isn't good. They're using our planet for what? It can't be, could it? And then suddenly a shot comes across the screen and it kind of fuzzes out and you can't see anything after that. And all you hear is for a few moments, and the audio is like evasive maneuvering, and you hear shots being fired, and after that it cuts out. And Kiara just lowers her screen down. She goes, "What was that?" She pops the data chip back out. She closes up her tablet. She goes, looks at every one of you, and she goes, "All the mini cons are home. He's using our home as a power supply."
Is that what the key is for? Somehow unlock the Minicon homeworld's power?
Carbine instantly, and so does Wavelength, they instantly go into science mode. Drift kind of sits up, and he even kind of like, and he hops down, and the three of them, you literally hear this instantaneous beeping. You guys don't understand a thing. Even you, Void Striker, can't even understand what they're doing because it's going so fast. It's so hard to understand. They're literally communicating at a highest speed, and it's instant. And they stop and they go, "The key has to be. It's the only thing. They must have hid it within our own planet. It's been there for a very long time, and whatever the power supply is, though, that they're talking about, it would give them unlimited power. If it is there." Kiara kind of slaps up her, like, real quick. Wait a minute. Unlimited power system. And she goes, "We decrypted some more of this, but we didn't understand it. It's something to do within the planet. There is something there." You can see, and she pulls it up, and then she snaps it to all the screen for everybody to see again. You see all this text info, and it's unlimited power source within planet. Need key to access. And then it jumbles again for a moment. Get at all cost. And then it cuts off again. She goes, "It's still intermittent. I'm sorry, we don't have more right now. But it is
It's
heavily
fine.
guarded."
We already know the other pieces to this puzzle.
She's like, "This also states that the station we just saw, remember the image I pulled up?" And she literally overlays it with that image, and she goes, "That image she got is way better, and it actually gives us detail." And she pulls up parts of it and she starts marking on the map: hangar bays, main lab, and it starts pointing out different little things. And then there's one on there, Shockwave's private lab. And it's all in the station. And this thing is immense. And in one area, it's very large. And it just says Stasis Lab. But it doesn't give any other detail because she hasn't decrypted that part of it yet. You know how many times I've had to roll for this?
So what she's presenting is a schematic of the station.
Yep. And you hear tick. Oh, yes, I remember being there once. I only got to see some of it. And then he threw me out of his private lab because he said I wasn't supposed to be there, but he told me to bring this. And you notice Tick is starting to get a little attitude back. And she goes, "Oh, sorry, bad time." And he's like, "No, it's fine. We need to hear this."
Gilgamesh is going to get closer to it, and he's going to begin to study the schematic.
You see details of this is a very large station. There's access points, at least to 2 hangar bays. You notice that there is a lot of guards around in certain areas, and then one area is kind of blacked out, and it happens to be the stasis area. Doesn't really show anything in it. It just says it's a stasis area, but it's massive.
How far away is the private lab and the stasis lab? Like, what's the distance between the two?
You're gonna say they're about 500 feet from each other, depending
Okay.
on the route you would take to get to it.
Okay. And how many blast doors or security locks between point A to point B?
Depending on which point A and point B you take, there's about 20.
So we'll say private lab to stasis lab. Like,
Oh,
just
that's
'cause-
like 5. They're
Okay.
not even. There's a couple of them that are not really blast doors. They're just doors.
So I'll just kind of TLDR this. He's going to be studying it, looking for the quickest route, any access points, secondary routes. Like, he's going to basically be studying this thing inside and out.
And I will tell you, the map is not exactly. I'm still working on it. I will give you guys a map beforehand, so you will see everything that you need route wise to go. That you can go, I should say. Not, I will make you go. You get to choose
Yeah,
that.
but he's getting into his focus, and he's studying the terrain meticulously.
While he's doing the studying, I'm gonna head to my lab because those, gearing up, make sure I'm at 100%. Make sure everybody else is as well.
As you do start to move, Addie goes, "Oh, wait, Striker, I have something for you." Tick and I kind of finish polishing it up. Come on. And they kind of run ahead of you, and Tick's like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." And she kind of runs. She kind of runs a little funky, like, because she's not used to running, but she runs with her, and you see her ahead of you, excited to show you something. So, Gilgamesh, you're analyzing the map. Overload, did you want to help with that, or do you want to do some training or anything else you would like to do? Maybe do some other stuff? I don't know what you would like to do.
Well, Void is setting up the equipment. I guess it would depend like the terrain of the map.
There will be actually 2, in a sense, terrains, but the first one will be the station, and you're going to be seeing that first. So that
Because when it comes to terrain like strategy, I can see myself being good at that, considering I'm used to being on the front lines of a battlefield. So I have to learn the lands.
Yeah, so you and
So I
Gilgamesh can
can
actually work that together if you want. And like I said,
Yeah.
I'll get you guys a map beforehand, so you can actually do a little pre-planning if you'd like.
Yeah. So if anything, I'll help with the mapping.
So while you guys are analyzing that, you can go to whatever room you want to use for that. Nyx is gonna rest up because Felix is like, she's gonna have to rest, but I'll let you know as soon as she wakes up, kind of thing. And the little one, Carbine's like, if it's okay, I'm gonna stay here with her. And she's kind
Of course.
and she goes, everybody else is like, Drift and Wavelength. Wavelength went with you, Void Striker. Drift kind of is hanging with Sky now a little more. And he's like, thanks for carrying me. You kind of hear them talking. It's like, he goes, that was a little embarrassing, but yeah, I got kind of knocked on my butt with that. And she's like, no, it's all right. Let's go get you something and maybe it'll help. And you hear them all kind of disperse and let Nyx rest while Felix monitors. And Kiara instantly goes right back to the comm center to check things out. Keep on working on decoding even more. And Void Striker, you're being led by Tick and Addie. And Addie is really excited. She goes, Drift helped me with this a lot. So I hope you like it. And as you get back to the lab, she goes, okay, you got to close your optics. You can't see this. Not yet.
All right. I'll close my eyes.
And she's like, tick, tick. Yeah, lift it over. Okay, shove it this way. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And she goes, ta-da! And then you hear them both do it together. That's really ridiculous.
I'll open my eyes.
You do, and you see a rag over something. Not a nice rag, but it's a rag. And Addie's like, what do you think? Oh, wait. And she pulls it off, and you see this shiny object. It's really pretty, and it looks very familiar to you. I'm glad this is ready for this, because this I was like, it might happen next session if this doesn't roll well. So you're looking at your TCOG. And Addie's like, well, it's done.
I'm just gonna kneel down and open up and eject my current TCOG.
Addie kind of takes it from you and like catches it literally, and she's like, ooh, you've been working with this? I knew you were working with some stuff, but this is no. She takes it and kind of sets it over on the table, and you notice Tick starts looking at that TCOG, and she goes, I can fix this. I worked on these. This is easy. Like, you see Tick is completely distracted by your old TCOG. And she starts...
Yeah, the stealth TCOG.
Yeah, she's literally starting to repair it, fixing it up, cleaning it up. And she starts going to town like she knows what she's doing, everything with it. Addie just kind of looks at her for a moment. I didn't know she knew that. She picks up the shinier one, and she goes, okay, hold still. And she slides it into place. And she goes, go ahead and engage. And she watches you as your systems start to integrate into it. You feel way different now. Your body's adapting more to your new forms. It's starting to shift around a little bit. It's like your body feels a little more maneuverable. Like you could do a little more. And Addie steps back and watches you close up, and she goes, how does it feel? She's like really hesitant. We put a lot
Only
of time
one way to find out. I'm gonna start making my way over to the hangar.
And she's like, oh, no, you gotta wait for me. And Tick's like, I'm gonna stay here. I gotta clean this up. And she's like in ultra clean mode. It's the first time she hasn't been with one of you that she's done this. She's just like, she's got something that's making her happy. She's doing it. You get to the hangar, and Addie's kind of right behind you, but she goes, I'll step back and let's see what happens.
First thing I'm going to do is transform into my siege tank mode.
You land with a thud. It's kind of heard through the station. You hear the, and it rumbles. You transform without any trouble at all. It's like smooth. And it looks good.
I'm then going to transform into my dragon mode.
You change again. You notice you transform a little differently to get to your beast mode. It's a little different, but it felt smoother, easier, also stronger in both modes as you did that. Addie's just standing back there. That went pretty smooth. How did it feel? And she starts walking around you, looking at you.
Smoother. Question: is Varish looking out the window at all with what I'm doing?
Yeah, he's fascinated by watching you transform, and he's just sitting there for a moment, taking a break from his calm stuff, and he's just
Always about to
watching.
get a surprise. I'm now going to attempt to transform into my VTOL mode.
It's been a while since you've done this. So, you transform, you don't have to roll for it or anything. You literally just. Addie kind of steps back real quick because she's real close, and she goes, "Oh, wow, okay. You transformed real. You notice your wings and everything folded out real quick and easy. Everything, again, went smooth instead of before when you transform, but it was kind of rough. It's kind of like before you guys all got upgraded to everything, you're kind of in a rough state of transformation. Things don't move around as smooth, they don't go to different areas properly.
I think more for voice track, it would be more like his body was more incomplete.
Yeah, in a way, that's the way it would be, like, because you guys are not. Your TCOG wasn't up to snuff, I should say, for it. And now you've got this fancy new and improved TCOG. And Addie's going, so how does it feel to be in this mode now? How did it work? And she's like feeling it out. She's like, because we might be able to replicate maybe one more with the materials we have.
I'm going to transform back into bot mode.
You flip
Transformation
around.
seem more natural than before.
It looked natural. Also looked good. And she kind of winks at you. But she goes, yes, this seemed a lot better than most of your other transformations. As long as it works and it's running smooth for you. What's your status on it? And it shows 100%. It's like fully running. Everything's running great.
Completely integrated. The only downside is I don't have my old database of vehicle modes.
Well, we can upload those if need be, but that might take a little time because we got to get them out of the old one. And she's sitting there still watching, like just looking at you, thinking, it's like, yeah, I think we can replicate one more of those, but it's going to take a lot of time.
Will come in handy.
Yes, especially with everything going on. Wouldn't hurt to have another one on, either to have somebody else have it or as a backup. And she points at you.
Now I'm going to message Gilgamesh and Overlord since, when I last saw them, they're making, strategies and whatnot. Just message and let them know that my Omni TCOG is now online.
Yay! So those two are off having a dinner date, talking about strategy. Where are you two at?
Probably would have moved over to the lounge just so we can just kind of put it up on a larger screen.
Okay.
Examine the image best we can and look for any and all secrets that we can find off of the blueprint.
You two are sitting there. Aegis is kind of sitting alongside, he's kind of aiding and helping. It's like, hey, what about over here? I could go through the vents. Actually, any of us minicons could go through here and here. He's pointing out little things that they can do, even if they need to. And you realize you're not the only ones looking at this. You got Sky, and Drift is hovering in his turtle mode, kind of sea turtling it up there, but he's upside down looking at it. He's like, dude, this is gonna be wild, isn't it? Just sitting there. Guy's kind of sitting there eating like some kind of energon stick of some sort slowly and looking at this. And she's like, well, it looks like this is going to be more of a possible stealth mission at first. Or is it going to be allowed and we go in there smashing things? And she kind of looks at you, Overload, for that one. Like, hint, hint.
It would be best if we were tactical about this. Stealth would be the first option, but if stealth is breached, then we would most likely have to go loud.
Yep.
And then Drift's like, yeah, but there's one big problem. And he's just sitting there. He's not offering anything else. There's one big problem. That's all he says. He's just hovering there.
And the big problem would be
We gotta get there. And then he kind of gestures toward the med bay door, about like he's looking at Nyx. You saw what happened to her. How are we gonna get even close to the station? And then
We would need someone agile and quick to be able to breach through it first. As for the rest of us, as I'm gonna hold up my gate.
is
We
Carbine
only
with
need
me or no?
She would have joined you after a bit because the little one is just resting and she's just sitting there because she's really close to the med bay. She's comfortable with doing this. She goes, I'm
we,
monitoring from here just to make sure.
we need only one person to get in. As long as they can get in and get a doorway that they can attach this to, the rest of us can easily slip in.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking we have to get to the station because they have patrols, and he gestures to spots around that fired at her. He goes, she was cloaked. We're not cloaked.
I had some thoughts about that. Is there any incoming shuttle traffic around the station?
Um,
Supply ships, anything of the like?
Hang on. And you hear him kind of, hey, Kiara, do we have any information on any transports that might have been going in and out? And you hear her kind of come back. She's sending us data now. And suddenly you guys receive it. And she goes, there's a couple of ships that do seem to come and go, but they don't know where they come from or go to.
Okay, so then it's going to be based off assumption of what's within the cargo, because then we can narrow down where it could be coming from.
And you notice that the readouts don't really tell you what fully is in there, other than it's kind of like oddball readings. And even Drift is like, that doesn't make sense. And Carbine kind of leans forward and she goes, huh. Hang on for a second.
Oddball readings.
Carbine goes, I know what the signal is, but I can't think of what it is. It's like, you know how you got that little glitch there, and it's just, I've seen this before.
So wait, I take it that's not organic nor inorganic.
Well, as bots, we're technically not all organic, but she looks around at all of you. We are a combination of both, so we're different. So we're both. But that
But you also
reading,
said there's a glitch of
well,
some sort.
yeah, I'm trying to think. The reading gives. Hang on. Let me do something. And she kind of pulls up her arm console and she starts researching through some stuff. She goes, give me a moment. You guys continue on. I'll take a look at the readings. And she's like, so she sits there for a few moments while she's doing this. You guys are doing your thing.
So if
Let's
if
see.
we're able to get someone in, most likely the cargo would possibly be the key point. So we most likely need someone small enough to forego the possibility of a scan search.
Carbine slowly looks up. I know what the scan is now. And she kind of taps her arm console, and another small screen comes up next to the readout you guys are seeing. It's almost identical looking, but it's what it is it's reading the same types of materials. They might be transporting bots and
Okay,
other.
then
It doesn't really help narrow down the search at all.
No, it doesn't. But if you look at the reading, that's more of an inactive state. They're not offline permanently, but this one is more active. I pulled this from Void Striker's stuff. I knew I saw it somewhere. And see, right here, this shows there's a certain amount of bots that are being transported in, but when the shuttles come out, look at this scan, and it's like it's devoid of anything.
so the bots go in, but no bots come out.
Yes. Drift's like,
Guessing that might have something to do with what he's calling the stasis lab.
Drift's like, maybe.
Either way, we need to figure out where he's getting these bots from so we can slip aboard.
And which we would need someone that could faint offline in this.
He just kind of looks around and he goes, well, if we literally power ourselves down, but if they can see us, that's another problem.
Well, yeah, we are too recognizable, so someone small and unrecognizable would most likely be a prepper, or at least someone that they haven't seen before.
Are you guys really going to keep pretending like it's not going to be me going in?
I mean, we could send Void, who can disguise himself.
I can go
entirely.
invisible. I'm
Yeah.
small. You're literally describing all of the things I can do.
And Carbine's like, yeah, I can go with him. So, I mean, all we do is be technically shot at the station. And since this is space and we're both mostly black, our signals are going to be
All I
minuscule.
need to know is where they're departing from, and we can handle the rest.
Drift's like, you see him rotating around slowly, and he's looking at this, and even Sky kind of is leaning in closer. Hey, those shuttles are not changing course when they leave. And she goes, what if we, and she kind of takes control of it. She leans over both of you, like in between you, and she takes the map, and even Drift's like, yeah. You see it too? And she goes, look at the path. And it goes to kind of just outside of the what would have been the voided area if you still had your old maps. You would see that it's going to a planet further out on the other side. And he's like, yeah, see that? That line, it might be their staging area for getting stuff shipped in here when they need things. And he's saying that kind of ominously, like, things.
Alright, so we just need to find the planet and then sneak Gilgamesh onto it.
Drift kind of, well, we can space bridge in closer, and if we can get a location, we can send a small space bridge and put it down close if we can get a scan close enough. Prometheus might be able to help us with this. He's pretty close.
Yeah, and again, once Gilgamesh gets into the station, he can open up a miniature gate from my device, and we can slip on in without being detected.
And Drift kind of rotates around. Yeah, if you can get a hold of your friend Ash and get see if they can get together on that. And Sky's like, I knew an Ash once. And she kind of sits back. He goes, well, I've never really seen a Titan before, so it would be interesting.
Is this where the thud from the hangar happens?
Possibly. Maybe. Shut up.
Somebody's having fun.
So, Drift's like, well, we can make our way to Prometheus and kind of get to there. Do we want to take Phoenix with us, or should we leave him here? And you hear Phoenix, well, I have not been used in a while, except for an emergency escape, which that was scary as is. I am more happy to stay here. If I need to help, I can come. And Sky kind of like, does he always listen in? And you hear him come back, yes.
I mean, it sounded like a backhanded way of saying you want to come along, but
okay, you're pulling my thruster. I'll go. He's getting more and more at times, and he's like, does he always?
I think he's becoming sassier the more sentient he's becoming.
Wait, he's not an actual bot with a spark? This is Sky asking. And he's like, thanks for reminding me. Forgot you can hear us.
I mean, are we sure he doesn't have a spark?
You hear Drift, we might need to run a scan on him. And he's like, you hear Phoenix, don't you even. I ain't that bad yet. And he's kind of quiet for a moment. Go turtle wax yourself. And Drift's like, dude, don't be so rude. They start arguing a little bit. And it's like, Drift's like, never mind, dude. Just chill. You're going. If you start anymore, we might send you into battle. There's our distraction, guys. Dudes, we could send him in. We'll send him over that way. And you hear Phoenix, why don't we just shoot a turtle at him? They start literally, they're just arguing with each other at this point. This guy's just sitting there. Are we going? And is he going? Or what? It's kind of confused now.
More or less, we're all going.
Okay. And she's like, do we need to prepare anything?
That's what I hope Void has gotten done with.
As you guys are sitting there, you get a ping from him that, hey, he's got a new toy in his chest. Or abdomen? Where does that thing sit on you?
That'd be in my chest area.
My only response, what's new?
What's new? That's all you got a response for. So Drift.
Oh, I was just updating them on my combat situation.
Yeah. Drift's like, well, why don't we update everybody, dudes, and I'll start preparing some stuff, and we'll load up in Phoenix. If we need anything specific, we need to do it now, and we'll head there. We can do some prep at Prometheus. He's got a pretty good shop area, so if we need to, we can do some work there.
Yeah, we can get any sort of modifications from as well as modifications towards weaponry.
We'll definitely want some additional equipment to break any potential security locks.
Oh, easy enough, dudes. We got all that loaded in crates. I'll message Steele right now and have him put them in. And he immediately, you hear some beeping sounds from him. And
we will also be likely facing energy shields as well. May want to have something on hand to disable them as well.
We might have a few things that'll work for that. He keeps messaging Steele. And it's like he's getting multiple messages right now. Steel is. You swear you can hear grumbling noise from way on the other side of the station from where you guys are.
Shockwave will no doubt have some very cruel and some very powerful defenses. Any tools that you might think are going to be useful, I highly suggest you bring them along.
Very well. And he gets a message back. Steel's loading them up right now. He's kind of irritated with all the messages I sent him. I better apologize to him for that one. I'll take him something. And you see Drift kind of zip off real quick to the kitchen and then zip out back out. And it looked like he was carrying something like it looked like a cupcake or something. Weird. And he shoots out through the doors. And Kiara kind of walks in. She's got her tablet, but she's not really using it. She goes, the data's taking a lot longer now. We're getting down to some of the stuff, but it's being a really tough time on decoding some of this. I understand why Unicron encoded it. I think it was to keep it from himself. Because there was a message of this isn't him, but it is him. But he is severed from himself. I don't know if that means anything to any of you.
Not entirely. Maybe check with Void Striker on that. Maybe he might have a better idea.
Yeah, it's kind of a confusing message. I don't understand. I'll go see him. Where? Oh, I remember he was in the hangar. I'll go see him. So she walks out of the room. She heads that direction. Sky kind of turns to all of you and she's like, so, what's next? Just get ready and...
Yeah. And he's gonna kind of get closer to Sky.
Pretzels are yummy.
We can hear. Sorry.
This is just gonna be... What's the phrase I'm looking for? The calm before the storm?
My master said that once. I agree. It will be.
And jump pretzels, anyone?
Sky reaches out and kind of, if you were there, bloop.
Pretzels?
So, while you're all sitting there for a moment, Void Striker, you're still in the hangar with Addy, right?
Yes.
As you're sitting there, you suddenly see the doors open and you see a turtle whip past you guys, excuse me, and shoots past you to go into the storage area. He kind of whips a sharp right past Phoenix and into the storage. And you can see Steel's been loading stuff up and had started bringing some pallets of stuff out. And you can hear Steel in there, oh, okay, all's forgiven. And you just hear Drift go, dude. As you do, the doors open again behind you, but this time it's Kiara, and she goes, hey, you want to take a look at this message? I'm not sure I understand. It's that Unicron thing. And she repeats exactly what she said to Gilgamesh and all of them in the room. And she goes, do you have any idea what he meant by this? Because
Two theories. One, which is highly improbable, which is the creation myth of Unicron and Primus.
we defeated Unicron.
And sorry, what was that, Matrix?
She's like confused, but we defeated Unicron. Well, Gilgamesh technically defeated him, but we defeated him, didn't we? She doesn't
Okay,
understand
so
all of it.
Voice Tracker is going to explain the creation method, how, one grand cosmic entity, which Cybertrons wouldn't know its name, so I'm going to say unknown entity, was powerful enough that it effectively split itself into two beings, one Unicron, one Primus. That is the creation myth of Unicron.
She's looking at you intently, like, go on.
That's not much is known of this myth. It's ancient even compared to me.
She starts taking her tablet and she types in this, like, specifics. Like, she types in Unicron, defeated during the battle with him.
Unicron
But-
was defeated during the Civil War.
But she goes, the information here is somewhat vague on how he was defeated. And then
That brings up the second theory. A theory that I had when Unicron was being Unicron was a being that powerful wouldn't just exist within our dimension. And with the things going over, that seems correct. So there's a chance that the fragment that Gilgamesh and Overload met was a fragment cut off from the rest of the multi-dimensional being entity that would be Unicron.
oh, and she's kind of. But what about the one you call Primus? We know that's in our
Primus. That
hisses-
is.
and
It
she-
is considered the other half. If Unicron is evil, Primus would be good. If
so,
Unicron is destruction, Primus is creation.
so with all our records that have been technically lost or destroyed and what we have, where's Primus then? Our
Even
database-
ancient Cybertronians had multiple theories on that. The most common one was Primus is Cybertron.
Oh, that's yeah, we've heard that one.
Yes, it's
been
the
a
most
few-
common
hang
one.
on. And she's looking at her tablet. She goes, "It's very vague on the information." She goes, the databases back on Cybertron are so they tried to hold on to as much as they could, but
This there are very few very complete databases. The one on this station is probably one of the most complete.
yeah, this is. Wait, so if you're thinking he's this, what do you call him? A multi-dimensional?
Yes.
Wait, does that mean he would come back?
Theoretically, unless defeating him in this dimension locks off his access to said dimension.
Well, how would he get?
But with what Shockwave's going on, there is no such thing as a certainty within the dimensional boundaries anymore.
Oh, this is not good then. And she closes up the tablet and she kind of puts it back on her side. So we may have a big problem. Then what is Shockwave up to then? Or at least one of the Shockwaves. What? I wish it was just one to make it easier right now. Then we could defeat that and get
The
on.
only way to
That's
properly
going off.
predict that is to understand what logic Shockwave is currently running on.
Yes. What logic? Which, hey, I did get a communique from Cybertron, while I was on my way to you. There was something about missing bots. Can you guys let the others know? I need to get back to the comm center. I need to talk to Cybertron about all this.
Very well.
And she kind of walks off, and she stops and turns around. Thanks for the info. And walks through the door and back into the comm center real quick.
I'm gonna make my way to the lounge because that's where I'm assuming everybody else is,
Yep.
and the fact that I know that's where they are because they're on my station.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can kind of all ping each other in a sense. You know where each
You
other-
should know.
You guys are all sitting there discussing this stuff. You, Void Striker, you walk in, and you see them all sitting there discussing this stuff and what's going on. Do you want to share with the class what you learned?
Kiara has informed me that there is missing personnel on Cybertron.
Pretty much what it comes down to
That
is
might be a problem.
it's not just Cybertron. It actually is also like there's some missing from Velocitron and others who have radioed that there's different planets that there's not a lot, but they're missing. And they can't locate them on planet, and they're assuming they either left somehow or something's happened to them. They just don't know what. They just got them as like missing bots looking for them. It's not an alien species, it's mostly bots. Hmm. Oh. Cough, that hurt. Drift has kind of come back into the room floating. I settled that one. He's kind of chill about it, and he's like, did I miss something? This guy's just kind of like, get over here. Aegis is kind of walking around slowly, kind of like he's pacing, and he's thinking, you know, when we had bots missing on our planet, a lot of times they would just be playing a game, but this isn't a game. What if those signals that Carbine kind of picked up on, and he points back at the image of the shuttles, and he doesn't
Kidnap
really,
victims?
and he kind of shakes his head, yeah.
So I'm assuming you two have come up with a plan to infiltrate the station?
Got a working
Rough
one.
idea.
Need a cycle to sleep on it.
Well, what have you worked on currently?
If we can figure out where where these transports are coming from and to, we can potentially sneak someone onto it, pretending to be shut offline. Then when they get on, they can put my teleport device inside, and we can, and everyone else can slip in unnoticed.
Then I'm assuming it's going to be you infiltrating Gilgamesh?
You got it.
If
And
that's the case, take Wavelength with you. She can help you get through the computer systems.
Carbine kind of looks, oh, yes, she is very good with them. She's even better than I am. And Drift's kind of floating. He's up on, upside down on his back again, and he's kind of just like flipping around slowly. And he kind of like, well, yeah, you could actually space bridge in if you get some coordinates, but that's only if he doesn't have a nullifying field in place.
The no Space Bridge nullifying fields have the same flaw that the one on this station does. It stops Space Bridge being created in, not out.
Yeah, true. So I don't know what.
If we can fix that prototype device Addy made, we could create a small space bridge from within with that device, if the gate doesn't work.
And
If anything, she can dissect my teleport device and see if she can reverse it or make it more stable.
Wavelength kind of goes, wait, your partner bot, she created a teleport device?
Personal space bridge device, yes.
This is
More
fascinating.
along the lines of ground bridge technology than space bridge, but it was on the verge of being space bridge technology.
Addie's there and she's like, I'm right here. He followed you. And Wavelength kind of looks down over your shoulder down to her, and she kind of hops down, and Addie's like, oh, hello. She goes, wait, you created a personal space bridge. And Addie's kind of like shocked that she's on her shoulder. But she's, yes, it didn't work out
It's
too well.
it's
The
not
fir-
exactly like a space bridge, but it works in a similar manner.
I'm not
You
gonna pull
know,
out a data slate and give it to Addy. I fixed your mathematical mistakes. You should be able to create a working one now.
and she
think of
holds
it like opening a small wormhole that gets you in a not necessarily a very long distance, but a short
That's
enough
what ground
distance
bridge
from point A to
technology
point
is.
B.
Yeah. And wavelengths
But
on
it's
her shoulder.
portable.
Yeah, wavelengths on Addie's shoulder, and they're both looking at this. Oh, I cannot believe I'm so stupid. See, this is where I made my mistake. They start just talking back and forth. And you could see in this Pallet's cat form that her paw is up underneath her chin looking, and they're just talking away about this. She goes, I could see the design of this. We're going to have to build one. And since we don't have like a prototype, do you? And Addie's like, yeah. Wait,
I
do
put
you
it in the storage unit in the second lab.
you want to work on it? We should be able to get it running really quick. It's mostly there. And she's like, yeah, let's go. Addie just bolts with her on her shoulder. And it's like, and she runs back, gives you a quick hug and kiss on the cheek. And she goes, sorry, gotta go. And she runs through the labs, off to the labs with Wavelength. And they're just gone. They're just like excited. And it's like, okay. And it's like, Drift's like, dude. And he's just looking at you while he's floating upside down. Dude, that's all he keeps saying to you. And he gets a little.
Yeah, the nerd riz.
He gets. He's like, "How do you do it, dude? Because come on, you got to teach me something here. How did you do that?" And he's like, "Never mind. We'll talk about that later." Carbine's just looking at him like, "Really? Now?" Aegis is still thinking tactical and stuff. He's not even. He's like, "Nope. I'm off in my own world." You guys are sitting there, and you get a communication blanketed all over for all of you, and it's Steel responding back to every one of you, going, "Supplies are loaded. Do you need anything else?"
I'm gonna send a message back to load up some components as well, so I can fiddle and make some stuff on the way.
And you get a response back, pretty much, okay. And you guys are hanging around there. Is there anything you want to do particularly before you head out to, say, a particular Titan? Because he does have some stuff on board with him, so if you do need something.
Yeah, but it might be best to wait until Kiara's got a little more information before we depart. So maybe this is where we take a long rest.
No. Actually, it probably is actually a good time to take a pause here because I'm starting to cough more again. Dang it. Even with trying to keep my throat hydrated. Yes,
Yes.
Galaxy, I am trying to keep my throat hydrated. I will stretch too. Sorry, the microphone's in the way. I didn't see your messages, so I can't see the text chat. She's been here
Well
this
done,
whole
you're
time.
ignoring Galaxy.
I'm not trying to do it on purpose. I'm sorry. I'll send you a transformer.
Bribes.
Yep. Why not?
Capitalism.
Oh god. No democracy. Get it right. So you guys will have your characters rested up, although pretty much Little One has recharged you guys up, and everything's kind of quiet in the station. All you hear is some movement. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying not to cough again. It's mostly like Steel moving some stuff, getting the parts and everything ready, and everybody can rest up, take it easy, And on the next session, we'll be traveling a little bit. And also, somebody might be waking up soon. Like, real soon.
And then war.
War. You guys want to have a fight? This one
War
was
never
mostly...
changes.
Yeah, you guys haven't had been fighting in a little bit. We need to have war.
Where's Ron Perlman when you need him to say war? War never changes.
I haven't done my daily punch.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So
Don't worry, Wavelength got it in for you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the only real hit that happened. Yes, Wavelength is very strong. So she might be short, but she's a stocky little thing, and she's a little
Hey,
feisty.
rule one when dealing with short women, don't piss them off.
Yeah, and in her
This
case,
comes from a lady that has one as a sister. Don't piss them off.
yeah, she will knock you flying like she did Aegis and leave a nice imprint in the wall, which I still don't think is fixed yet. It just looks like I think they think it's
Nobody's got around to buffing it out yet.
Yeah.
Again, it'll just buff right out.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. It's like, nah, it looks like more like art, so they're just leaving it alone. Also, a reminder for Aegis.
Just somebody welds a frame to the wall around it with the caption, "Cat punch."
Yeah, and she is pretty strong, and she can do a lot. So it's like, don't underestimate the furball. Now you got
I'm enjoying learning
furballs.
more about my minicon.
Yeah, she is. Like I said, she's very emotional at times, and it's like she's trying to be a Vulcan or something. She doesn't want to show her emotions, but they happen to come out at times, and she just can't handle it. So, but also she's got her own stuff, so don't mess with the furball.
Yeah.
So, with all that, you guys want to say bye?
Bye.
There, that was easy.
See you next week with Destiny. Get some sleep.
May the calming cold guide your heart.
And if you want to catch any past episodes, check out the YouTube channel where I try to upload this stuff for all of us so we can bring Vulcan into this franchise. But no, I was just comparing the oh my god. You know,
do
know
not
what?
explain yourself.
Do you know what? No Transformer for you now. That's it. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Them privileges are just gone.
You just got that revoked now. But no, there are more links in here, guys. If you want to check out anybody else, there's Swerve's Bar Podcast. You can check them out. And I cough again. Dang it. It's going to get worse again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
allergies are just coming back like in full force, I'm telling you.
Yeah, our weather is kind of going up and down, so it's making a nightmare out of me to try and talk at times. And I'm trying to mute real quick, and it doesn't always happen. But yeah, check out Swerve's Bar Podcast. They have their episodes are also on Spotify. You can check it out there, but they're YouTube. Go check them out. They got links there. If you want a Kerbo like mine that's up in the corner and it comes on, you can talk to Heximus about that. She can commission one for you. And then you got the rest of these jokers who I need to get the potato
Pretzels
lords
are
up.
yummy.
Yeah, pretzels. They're kind of a potato. No, I'm kidding. They're potato ones. There we go. But yeah, and then
I have potato chips. I can eat those if you want.
oh, shut up! I'll mute you. No crunching in my ear. But no,
I take a potato chip.
Yeah.
And eat it.
Oh
Doritos.
my god, listen.
Crunch.
God damn it. So if you want to check out some nice dice, you can go check out Go Dice. They have some dice. They also have a nice chess set that I really would like to have one of those.
We're not sponsored, but hey.
Yeah, well, we're not sponsored, but hey, I won't say no to it. So, with all that, yes, check us out this upcoming Friday for D and Destiny, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Figure out your time zone and time for that. I am not doing the math and blah, blah, blah. Even though it's really easy, I don't care. I'm not doing it. And if you want to make formal complaints, contact bluevisor@comcast.com. It's not a legit address, really. I'm going to keep doing that now.
He'll come
I
back
have
to
a
you in about
suggestion
100
box.
business
It goes
days.
nowhere, and nobody ever opens it. Have fun.
Yep. You might get a response in maybe 6 to 8 weeks. Maybe. So But with all that, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Be safe out there and give a loved one a hug. You never know. Things are rough these days. Everybody needs a hug. Hugs for everybody. There you go.